Call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Strain?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Ms. Solotel?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia? I believe he is with us and will be in momentarily. Mr. Dyson?
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I believe there are several Boy Scouts here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you want to come forward, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Don't go too far. We now have the minutes of previous meetings. Could I get a motion to approve the 3 sets of minutes? Do you want to go ahead, John?
Move to approve.
Second.
So that's 4A, 4B, and 4C. Is there any opposition to that motion? Okay. Those minutes are approved. We are now at the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Nothing to report that isn't already known to you all or in the newspaper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, Chair's report. I'll start with a brief apology. This is my first time back in this chair in a while, so might be a little rusty tonight, but we'll work through it together. We are looking for a way to more formally add to the agenda a land acknowledgement. We haven't worked through it just yet, but Mr. Perez Verdia, as he did last meeting, has agreed to do one this meeting as well, although he has stepped out. Yeah, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let everyone know that I've been working with Muni staff on a large Title II update, which we've talked on the body, and one of the things that will include is a land acknowledgement. And we actually have the language. We've worked with a representative from the native village of Eklutna, so that will be coming. It's just taking a while because it's a big package deal, and Cameron helped with that as well, with that aspect.
Okay. While we wait for Mr. Perez Verdia, if the Boy Scouts could come back up, and I think Mr. Weddleton might have a question or two for you.
Oh, good evening. Just for people wonder why I'm wearing the best shirt I own, these gentlemen are from Troop 210, which is a troop that I'm connected with, and they have 7 Eagle Scouts this year, which is very exceptional to have that many. So we have 2 of them here, and invite them to introduce themselves, tell us what their Eagle projects were, and what the Eagle projects of the very busy other 5 Eagle Scouts were as well.
Hello, I am Robert Walter Bidwell III. I am the 110th Eagle Scout from Troop 210, and my Eagle Scout project was to build a fence around the property of TBA Theater.
Hello, I am Cameron Lowther, and for my Eagle Scout project, I rebuilt a boardwalk for one of the trails out at McHugh. So for the members that aren't here, one of them, Chris Duke, he performed service for the Hilltop Ski Area. Drew Resit built a picnic table for a Park by Beans Cafe. Connor Kniefel built a fence around the dumpster at our church. Joe Paulson built an observation platform at Rabbit Creek Shooting Range. And James Zanone performed maintenance for Rabbit Creek Shooting Range and established a handicap entrance.
Chris
Wonderful.
Duke? Did you mention Chris's?
I think he did. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations to you both. I know Troop 210 is a very active troop. My two sons are in that troop. And thank you for your service projects. And again, congratulations.
Thank you for inviting us here.
Thank you, guys. Give him a round of applause. Yeah, and a quick photo op.
I don't need to remember.
I should really delete it, man.
Yeah, I'll do that after the photo.
One of those out of work.
Okay. And then one more thing is, so Mr. Weddleton has been an adult in my Scout troop, and so at the Eagle Court of Honor, you give people who helped you through your scouting career a lot, you give them a mentor pin. Unfortunately, he could not make it, so I decided this would be a good time, as good time as any to give him one. So, Mr. Weddleton, will you take this mentor pin?
Well, thank you.
Wait, yeah, why did I ask you? Please don't stick him, please don't stick him. I'm not going to stab him.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks. And I got to say, working with the Scouts can be a lot of work, but I have gained so much more than I've given them. It's always been a real honor. And Cameron, I've watched him go through Boy Scouts all the way up through Eagle Scout. It's just been amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. Thank you. The Boy Scouts have contributed a lot, both in Great Britain, where they started, and here. If you want to go through a kind of history of who's who in America in the last 100 years, you'll find a startling number of Congressional Medal of Honor winners, astronauts, political leaders, and countless others who've made a difference. In the last 8 or 10 years, if you look at a couple of the amazing survival and search and rescue missions, Boy Scouts stood out in 2 or 3 of those. And the history of Boy Scouts in America is just about 100 years old. And I just encourage everyone to take advantage of the amazing opportunities for young men and now women to be a part of Boy Scouts, learn some very, very good principles to live by, and an amazing suite of skills. My Scoutmaster said his job was to make us self-sufficient in any kind of situation and emergency and be able to serve others. And I suspect you'll find that true of most scouting programs now. So I'm glad to see my colleagues supporting, and I encourage you all to honor this organization and route some kids towards it. You probably can't do them much bigger favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to add to what Mr. Dyson said, Scouting is open to all youth, and Troop 2026 has a girls unit. So we are always looking for more Scouts to join. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. LaFrance. All right, this time, Mr. Perez Verdilla, are you able to do a land acknowledgement, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. In Alaska, Across the United States and around the world, it's becoming more common to open events and gatherings by acknowledging the traditional indigenous inhabitants of that land. According to the U.S. Department of Arts and Culture, acknowledgement is a simple, powerful way of showing respect and a step towards correcting the stories and practices that erase indigenous peoples' history and culture by inviting and honoring the truth. If this practice was widely adopted, millions would be exposed, mainly for the first time, to the names of traditional indigenous inhabitants of the lands thereon, perhaps inspiring them to ongoing awareness and action. It's important to understand the long-standing history that has brought you to reside on this land, and to seek understanding your place within that history. Land acknowledgements do not exist in past tense or historical context. Colonialism is a current ongoing process, and we need to build our mindfulness of our present participation. The Cook Inlet region closely approximates the traditional homeland of the Dena'ina Athabascans. Within the regional boundaries are villages and groups recognized under the Alaska Native Land Claim Settlement. In addition, within the regional boundary is the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska's largest urban center. Anchorage is often referred to as the largest Alaska Native village because of the large number of Alaska Native people who live within the municipal boundaries. There are 7 villages in the Cook Inlet region. The Dena'ina villages of the region are Eklutna, Kanik, Tyonik, and Salamatoff. The people of Chicxulub are a mixture of Atna and Dena'ina Athabascan, and the people of Ninilchik and Seldovia have ancestors of the Aleut, Alutiiq, as well as some Dena'ina. Tonight, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that we are on Dena'ina land. And for more than 1,000 years, the Dena'ina people have been and continue to be the original stewards of this land. It's important that we all learn Dena'ina Ush-i Ushi, the Dena'ina way of living. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Vidia. We are now on to committee reports. We will start with you, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah. Thank you. The audit report that we have is really a follow-up on the Chugach Volunteer Fire Department. And I understand that the Volunteer Fire Department has rectified all the things that were identified as deficiencies in the last audit, which I think was 2018. And that's all. On the public safety meeting coming up tomorrow, there's a long agenda of some pertinent items related to public safety, and I encourage all of you to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Perez-Vidia?
I'll let my co-chair give an update on the Homeless Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. LaFrance and I co-chair the Health Policy Committee, and we had a meeting last week. We invited the Chief of Police and also the Health Department Director. We started off the meeting with a report from the Health Department and also a colleague of hers on base to talk about meth and its use in our community. We then went into a discussion about the Tobacco 21 ordinance that we passed last year on this body that changed the smoking age from 19 to 21. It's a nationwide move to improve kids' health and ultimately adults, since we know that 95% of people who start smoking do so at the age of under 21. As you may know now nationally, the age for smoking is 21. The rest of the country followed Anchorage's lead. But unfortunately, there's some issues with enforcement. At the state level, there's still criminal offenses for smoking if you're if you're above 19. Under 19, sorry. Their age is 19. So anyway, there have been some enforcement difficulties, and we've been working with APD, with the school district, and with the ombudsman who has been tracking this issue to make sure that kids aren't enforced against criminally. And our next meeting will be March 4th at 10 a.m., and I'll let Mr. Dunbar, who's the co-chair of the Budget Committee with me, talk about that.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Thanks, sir. On February the 20th, the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee will be meeting, and we had 2 items on the agenda, but I was informed that that the AWW will not be prepared for one item, so we'll be hearing a briefing on the Solid Waste Service Master Plan update that's coming up, AO 2020-15. That meeting is at 11 o'clock in room 155, and see you all there.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Public Safety Committee will meet tomorrow, February 12th, from noon to 2 p.m. It was originally 11 to 1, but it's going to be noon to 2 now. We're going to get an update from the prosecutor's office on felony cases, also an update from APD on crime statistics, and a report from the State Crime Lab performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
I will let the co-chair of the Community and Economic Development Committee give a review.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'll just say briefly, tomorrow at 2 p.m. At City Hall, there will be a work session on the Clutna River and the hopeful restoration of that watershed, meeting with the power utilities that currently have access to that water. The Budget and Finance Committee will be meeting on Thursday, February 20th at noon in room 155. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last Thursday, and you will see the result of some of our recommendations in tonight's agenda. And we continue to promise that we're going to have more conversations about improving the marijuana permitting. So our next meeting, I believe, is, I'll give it to you 1 second here, on the 20th of February. Yes, that's correct, 20th of February. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rather than give a report on the Rules Committee, I'm going to use this time to talk about the 2020 census. Everyone on the body should have received a tote bag from the census. So please use those to help spread the message around. And just for members of the public and to keep you informed, everyone should be receiving a mailer in roughly about mid-March regarding the census and asking you to take the census online. So it's going to be different this time around. And in that mailer, you will receive an individualized ID that you'll use to log in online and take the census. Other avenues to take the census are phone and by paper, which is the traditional route. Just really briefly, 3 reasons to take the census: dollars, democracy, and data. Really important for everyone to be counted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homelessness will meet on February 19th from 11 to 12:30. We have a fairly robust agenda. Of particular note is we will be receiving a report from Agnew Beck about the 3rd Avenue corridor and the properties along 3rd Avenue around the Brother Francis and Beans campus. Also, there's currently a request out to the public and commissions asking for them to weigh in on the issue of permitted or camping within the municipality. Those questions have gone out to various community councils, and it is also on our committee webpage, which can be reached via the assembly page committees, the Committee on Homelessness. And the request is to return those answers to me no later than March 2nd so that we can aggregate that data and see if there's any policy discussions we want to have from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Ms. Strain?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'll ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum and lay on the table items as printed and distributed.
Move to incorporate the laid on table items and addendum.
Second.
All right, any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, the addendum and laid on the table items are incorporated. So at this time, we'll go through the consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by Assembly members for discussion and separate vote on each of these items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So now we will go down the dais and see who wants to pull any items. We'll start with you, Ms. Strain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item number 9A2.
Okay. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items to pull.
Okay. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 9A1 and 9A3 for reading.
All right, thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 9B3. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items to pull.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull 9E1 and 9A11.
I'm sorry.
I went backwards. 9A11?
No.
I don't think there is a
Oh, is there-
9A11.
No, I think that's addendum. Is there? Oh, what do I have? Which is the League of Women Voters? Oh, I'm sorry, 9D11. My bad.
So it was 9 Echo 1 and 9 Delta 11?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
And no items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
None for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez Verdilla.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdilla. Mr. Dyson.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Okay, so I have 9 Alpha 1, 9 Alpha 2, 9 Alpha 3, 9 Bravo 3, 9 Delta 11, 9 Echo 1. Did I miss anything? All right. So now I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled item.
Move to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do we have any opposition to that motion? All right, seeing none, that passes. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that has been introduced for a future public hearing, all items in 9F. If you were here to see action on item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that action is now complete. So we are on item 9 Alpha 1. Let's see here. Resolution number AR 2020-46, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 20th as Black History Month. What is the will of the body?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We're going to hold that item and not move to approve because it's replaced by 9A3.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, then we will move on from that item to 9 Alpha 2. Let's see, I don't have it in front of me.
Just so the public knows, there was a scrivener's detail missed on the first one, fixed in the third item, so it'll be up in a minute.
Yep. So we're now on item 9 Alpha 2, resolution number AR 2020-50, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 2020 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Seeing any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'm reading.
And Ms. Strain, are you presenting? Wonderful.
AR number 2020-50, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 2020 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. Whereas teen dating violence is a very serious epidemic that plagues Anchorage youth, often affecting a teen's ability to feel safe and comfortable in their community. Physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, which occur in person, over electronics, or through social media, can have a dramatic toll on a developing teen's well-being. And whereas 1 in 10 students have dated someone who physically hurt them or sexually assaulted them, according to the 2017 Alaska Youth Risk Behavior Survey. And whereas according to the 2017 Alaska Dashboard, physical teen dating violence in Alaska is 20 to 30% higher than the national average. 9.4% of teens reported dating violence in 2013, with that number rising to 10% in 2015, And whereas dating violence is the leading cause of violence against women in Alaska, Brianna Bree Moore was tragically murdered by her partner in Alaska in 2014 due to teen dating violence, motivating her parents to work with Alaska legislation to pass the Alaska Safe Children's Law, also known as Bree's Law. And whereas teens deserve to have safe and healthy relationships that don't include threats, loss of freedom, and despair, and this is achievable with open and honest communication and no power imbalance. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves February 2020 will be known as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of February 2020.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I would like to say thank you to the Anchorage Assembly and to everyone who has participated. Bree was murdered in 2014, and in 2015 we passed the Safe Children's Act. And from 2015 through 2017, statewide, the teen dating violence numbers dropped almost in half. In 2018, we passed the Bree Moore Teen Dating Violence Prevention Education Program, which education is now being developed in the state of Alaska that can be utilized nationwide. And Senators Murkowski and Sullivan and Congressman Young have bills moving forward to name it nationally as Bree's Law. This is not just a few people, this is all of us. And what Representative Strain has done here tonight, and Lily before her, and what you have all done is what's making the difference. It's all of us together as a community, and we want to thank you so much.
I'd just like to thank you guys as well. My daughter was murdered in Eagle River by her boyfriend in 2014 as well. And we are making great strides in educating our teens about the importance of safe relationships and safe dating practices. But just today, in fact, I had a conversation with somebody during an appointment, and they were not aware that there was even such a thing. So we have a long ways to go. So I just commend you for making this resolution happen, and please keep the word going. It's not just a 1 month awareness, it's a lifetime awareness. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant.
Before you step away, would you say your daughter's name?
Linda Ann Martzbauer.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Borowski, Assemblymember Borowski.
Hi, I'm really glad and I'm proud of Zafara for writing this and passing it. I know she was really anxious to do so, and I know that she works towards sharing with youth of her age, not my age anymore, sadly, but she works towards educating youth on the red flags in relationship as well as the green flags when teaching sex ed in our schools. I'm really glad and I'm so proud, and I'm so happy to be here with everybody. I wish it could be on a happier note, but I'm looking forward to seeing the teen dating violence rates drop even more in the future.
Hello, Council. My name is Lori Meeves, and back in 2009, I was a victim of teen dating violence, and we didn't have any of this education back when I was in school, and I just want to thank you all for getting it in there now back in the past years, and I hear about it, and I hear about it through the students that I do know that are going to school currently now and that they take the education. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much.
Assembly members, my name is Cindy Moore. I'm Bree's mom, and I want to thank all of you on the Assembly for supporting our efforts to basically stop dating violence and domestic violence before it ever starts. And that's our goal, and we're going to continue to work for that goal, and I'm glad that all of you are behind us. And I especially want to thank Ms. Strain for her youth advocacy and just for letting us know how important this is to the youth in our community.
Of course. I'd like to thank all of you for coming out as well, and thank you for everything you do in the community as well.
Thank you. Ms. Strain, would you like to say any more words? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all. We now have item 9A3, resolution number AR 2020-54, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2020 as Black History Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Not seeing any, that has passed. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rivera is presenting. Come on up, folks.
Thank you very much.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2020 as Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month was established in 1926 by Carter G. Woodson to draw attention to the experiences and successes of Black people in the United States. And whereas the 2020 Black History Month theme is African Americans and the Vote, marking the centennial of the 19th Amendment and the contributions of Black suffragists to the voting rights, civil rights, and women's rights movements. And whereas, while the contributions of those Black suffragists were essential in passage of the 19th Amendment, their own right to vote was not enshrined in law until the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And whereas, understanding the struggle to gain the constitutional right to vote and the ongoing fight against discrimination is an important educational component in guaranteeing a better future for all residents of the municipality of Anchorage, regardless of race. And whereas, during Black History Month, community celebrations will focus on the achievements of historic leaders in our state legislature, schools, and community, including Betty Davis, Mahala Ashley Dickerson, and Blanche Louise Preston McSmith. And whereas, while recognizing the achievements of the past, we celebrate our future history makers and recognize the organizations that set African American youth up for success and increase civic engagement, including Jack and Jill, Faithful Few, Young Lions, Keystone Group, Gen Z, YA Inc., Shiloh Development Corporation, the NAACP, Sankofa Cultural Foundation, the GAP Program, the History Makers of Alaska, and the Clark Middle School Informer. These organizations work, organize, and represent in our community while honoring our elders and educating youth about Black history throughout the year. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that February 2020 shall be recognized and celebrated in the municipality of Anchorage as Black History Month. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of February 2020.
Mr. McGee, do you have Mr. President, do you have some words for us?
Sure. Good evening, distinguished members of the Anchorage Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank the Assembly and all those involved in passing this grateful resolution on behalf of our African American community. Just a word on what is occurring within the Anchorage NAACP. With the ongoing development and upcoming implementation of our reading lab for our children, the NAACP now is asking for dedicated volunteers who are willing to donate their time and talent to tutor and teach our children how to improve their reading proficiencies. If you are truly interested in moving our program forward, please get in contact with Ms. Jaquisa Oliver at jaquisamarcel@gmail.com. We look forward to improving the reading proficiencies of all the children between the grades of 3rd grade through 8th grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would anyone else like to say a few words?
I'd like to thank you all. I founded an organization called Gen Z Girls. We began September 2016 with 4 girls ages 13 to 19, and today we now have 58 girls that are involved. Every month we meet and talk about all things that teen girls deal with today, from peer pressure, body image, self-esteem, relationship dynamics, and just building them stronger to be successful in this life as they go forward and move forward. And I also want to say thanks to Briza, we are doing a segment this weekend on teen dating violence awareness. All the girls will be wearing orange, and we'll be posting the picture. So congratulations to that as well. So we also work in the field of sex trafficking, so we really promote and talk a lot about that age that sex trafficking is real here in Alaska, and trying to raise awareness in that. So thank you very much.
1 second. What's your name?
Adrian Tucker.
Wonderful. We have a question from Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dyson?
On the Black history, black and white.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I see Ms. Smith there, for example. Okay.
Excuse me. So I am a mother member of Jack and Jill of America, and it's my son Durante, and we are just really excited and thankful for you guys recognizing us in the resolution. And we help youth ages 2 through 18 to fulfill educational requirements and community requirements, cultural. We're really big about community service, and so we are excited about continuing our work in the community.
I'm sorry, ma'am, what was your name?
Taria Ware.
Thank you, Ms. Ware. Would anyone else like to speak?
Good evening, Assembly members and Chair and distinguished guests. My name is Patricia Newman, and I'm with YAY Inc., Youth, Young Adult, Empowered Achievers. And our goal is to establish with our youth that you have a role in society. You're not here just to be here. You have a purpose. And your role in this society is to promote peace and human rights. So we are working with a number of organizations, and we have been around since 2004, and we thank you for honoring our distinguished group here for this Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Cal Williams, an old long-term time historian. In fact, I've lived here so long until they have declared me the official historian. In that light, I do go into the schools and talk to the young people about what occurred here in this wonderful city back in the day. And I find great solace in the fact that they are listening, they are interested. They are here tonight, these young people. And that gives me hope and encouragement as I go on and get ready to retire, that they will take this history just as George Harper did and created the wonderful African American historical collection that he did, which is enshrined at the university in the archives there. The history makers came into this town last year and inducted 11 members. They will be back on the 29th to induct, I think, 5 or 6 others, people who have worked long in this community. All history is precious. Every person in this room has a history, has an ancestry that is very valuable and precious. I say to everyone in this room, value your history. Find those old photographs, label them, pass them along to your younger ancestors. That will give them the root and the pride in what you have done, rather than them walking in and finding those pictures and not knowing what they mean and throwing them in the dumpster, as too many have done. One of our legislators, I'm collecting information on a past legislator, and he had to sadly tell me that an ex-wife threw all of his plaques, trophies, photographs with dignitaries in the trash. Value and treasure your history, and thank you indeed for allowing us to celebrate African American history, celebrated with us on the 20th at the Anchorage Museum. We will be talking about people from Anchorage who made history. John Parks, Joe Jackson, M. Ashley Dickinson, and others. Please join us on the 20th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just closing it out and saying thank you, and thank you for thinking about everybody. Thank you for everybody who came, who are either our elders or elders in training for the youth. So we just want to say thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. For the record, that was Jasmine Smith. Do you want to go?
I'm sorry. My name is Ashley Gaines. I am in charge of the NAACP. I'm the youth component of the Adult Ranch Youth and College Program and our Youth Works Committee. And thank you for recognizing Black History Month. And I just want to say that we're having a youth summit on February 22nd. It's open to the community. We focus on ages 8 to 25, and then we have a young professional program for ages 21 to 35. I'm part of the Young Professionals program, but I'm leaving a flyer for the assembly members. If you have children, young adults, we work on everything from education to teaching them the importance of voting, economic sustainability, and there's many more other things that we work on. So thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dyson, did you have a comment?
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I hope in your education efforts that you remember some African Americans who weren't just active in the political policy process, but in science, exploration, and so on. We have some here in Alaskan waters. There was a first African American who was a commissioned officer in the Revenue Service, which is the precursor of the Coast Guard. There was Roaring Mad Mike Healy. And you'll notice the latest U.S. Coast Guard cutter, semi-icebreaker, is named after him. For 30 years, he piloted revenue cutters, first the Corwin and then the Bear. And then after that, he was involved in private sector working up here. Amazing man. You'll find some very dramatic rescues, some exploration, and a whole lot of very good things that was done by that guy. Now, he had some times when he had problem with his temper and disciplined errant seamen by punching in their nose, but he survived the reprimands for those and went on to be a great hero. There are also some African Americans involved in polar exploration, and I hope you know that the entire Alaska Highway was built by black troops in record time over terrain and with difficulties that never been faced before. And I'm proud of those guys. I hope you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Thank you all. Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more comment from Mrs. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming, and a personal thanks from me and my family, and shout out to my daughter Zelda down there, for welcoming us in so many ways to the community and really lifting us up and including us. And it's really an honor to be a part of this resolution with you guys here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel.
Hallway.
We are now at item 9B3, a resolution regarding the Midtown Congestion Relief Project by the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. What is the will of the body?
You need to do it before. Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I need to declare conflict. We need to run through the conflict questions, please.
Okay. Well, we probably need a motion of some kind.
I believe we already actually determined that there was a conflict, didn't we?
It's on a record at a rules committee or a committee or work session, but it hasn't been done here.
Okay.
And we've never run through the questions.
Okay. Let me see if I can locate those questions. Mr. Gates, you're in the queue.
Just a reminder, I'll recall at that Rules Committee meeting, or was it a work session, that our city ethics officer actually stated that Ms. Salatel does have a conflict.
Okay. Well, given that the ethics officer has declared you have a conflict, well, let me go quickly. Do you have a private or financial interest in this matter?
Yes.
Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
Yes.
Okay. Then I don't think we can go any further. You have a conflict. If you might want to step outside. Thank you, Ms. Salatel. We still don't have a motion on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to continue and set for public hearing for the meeting of February 25th.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Do we need a third to set for public hearing? Okay. Do we want to, it was set for public hearing on the 25th. Do we want to discuss this all tonight or just pass that motion and then come back to it on the 25th?
I don't know if we have a motion, right? You have a mover, a second, and a third, and it just gets set, right?
No, he moved to set for public hearing on the 25th.
Right.
Yep. So who's the third on that then?
Anyone?
I'll be the third.
Thank you.
So we have Mr. Rivera, Mr. Constant, and
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Ms. Quinn Davidson. Yep, setting for public hearing on the 25th. Okay, so we'll hear back on that. We are now on item 9, Delta 11. Oh, could someone please?
Mr. Gates is in the queue for the previous
Oh, I'm
item.
sorry, Mr. Gates.
I'm sorry. I think you actually need to vote on that motion to set the public hearing. The process for having a first, second, and third is for introduction of an ordinance.
Right.
But this is a resolution on an ordinance.
Yep.
So you should vote on that motion to set the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. All right, is there any opposition to the motion to set for public hearing on the 25th? All right, seeing none, that passes 10-0. Give the clerk a moment here. In the meantime, could someone please retrieve Ms. Salatel? Oh, you're here.
Yeah, the ethics officer said I can stay and listen, and as an interested member of the public, I just can't participate.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we have set that for public hearing on the 25th. We are now on item 9 Delta 11, Assembly Memorandum number AM 97-2020, sole source purchase from the League of Women Voters of Anchorage for the production and distribution of voting information for the municipality of Anchorage, Office of the Municipal Clerk. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
It feels like sacrilege to say something about maybe negative about League of Women Voters. I mean, this is a nice thing, but it seemed to me that last election, what I got in the mail was simply a reprint of the ballot that we got in the mail days later, essentially the same time. So, back when we did normal polling, we would get the information in advance. They included statements from candidates and so on, and it was useful to be thinking about what to vote on when you went into the polling place. But now that we get vote by mail, and it's sitting on our kitchen table right next to the identical document from League of Women Voters, and I think they quit doing the statements from candidates. It really didn't provide us with more information. So I hope my perception's wrong, but as we go forward, if we're going to continue to do this year after year, we should make sure it's something that actually augments what we're doing and doesn't just repeat what we're already providing through the vote by mail.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this item? Would the clerk like to speak at all to? You don't have to, but would you like to speak with Mr. Weddleton just said? What's that? Okay, I heard you. All right. Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one else, please vote on this item. That item passes 10-1. We are now on item 9 Echo 1, Information Memorandum number AIM 15-2020, Internal Audit Report 2020-1, Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department Cash Controls Follow-Up. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Move to approve.
Do we approve it or accept it?
I think we accept an AIM.
Accept. Okay.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dyson, I believe.
To accept.
Oh, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, just move to accept.
Okay. And you're in the queue for, do you want to speak to this item? No? Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I pulled this, almost, I guess, a little redundant on Mr. Dyson's comments on his committee report, but, you know, we have a case here with the audit department, which is very valuable to the city. It goes with a variety of audits of various departments and issues that we bring up and some that are standard. And I think it keeps people on their toes. Sometimes it finds things and it follows up and they get corrected. And this is an example where something that's really a neat feature in Anchorage is that we have volunteer fire departments handling part of the city. And in this one, the one in Chugach and Eagle River, was audited. There were a few things found that could be improved. And here we are a couple months later where they're saying, hey, we fixed them. And it, I think, shows the value not only of the audit department, but also of the volunteer fire department to be very willing and able to say, yeah, we want to be a professionally run operation and fix these things. So it's really just thank you to everyone involved, really. So,
thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, I appreciate vote of confidence both for Chugach and our excellent audit department. Just might add that anybody that's ever been involved in fighting fires or dealing with accidents, time is of the utmost important. You can be there 5 minutes later with twice as much equipment on both a life-threatening injury and a fire. And part of the value of having volunteers is the extraordinary cadre of trained people, both in medical first aid skills and firefighting. And I might add, in Chugach, the volunteer fire department is even more than that. It ends up being one of the social anchors of the whole community that ties it together and is a delight. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Seeing no other discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 11 alpha, Assembly Memorandum number AM 44-2020, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals appointment of Jackie Savina, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. Is she here, by the way? Is Jackie here? Okay. Well, thank you for your service. We are now on item 11 Bravo, resolution number AR 2020-10, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $350,000 from the area-wide general fund, Assembly Department 2019 operating budget to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund, Real Estate Department, Real Estate Services Division for City Hall tenant improvements. What is the will? We already have a motion on the floor?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On January 28th, Mr. Peterson moved to approve, which was seconded by Mr. Weddleton. The motion to approve is on the floor.
Very good. So now we are, let's see here. Can I ask a question about 11 Bravo 1? Why is it attached to this? It's a memorandum regarding Vision Zero and active transportation. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay. I was looking at 9 Bravo 1. Any discussion on this item, 11 Bravo? Okay. Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now to appearance requests. First, we have Mr. Phil Marquardt. Is he here? Phil, do you want to come on down and speak to us? Okay.
just quickly show you this, and we'll have my Padre open it up as we go along here.
Thank you, sir. You'll have 3 minutes. We're just about to start.
Yes. I'm Phil Marquardt, the Executive Director at the Chugach Eagle River Senior Center, and our purpose tonight is to give you a big thank you for all that you've done and for all that you are doing, both monetarily and in helping us out. And so all these behind me are board members or residents, staff members who are all part of this great community out there together. So we want to thank you for all you do for us. Sometimes we're kind of out of sight and perhaps out of mind, and so we wanted to let you know that we're still here and we still appreciate you. There are a number of things that we're really thankful for. One is the bond issue that you allowed us to get on there, and we found out it's Prop 7, so everybody vote for Prop 7. We can really use that for health and safety areas out there. And we receive money from you for operations, particularly for liability and health insurance. Also for our transportation department that is doing a great job in that whole area out there. And we receive continuing help from municipality for repairing, especially the major items that we have out there. And I have a summary sheet that you can take a look at afterwards. It kind of gives a feel for all the different areas that we're involved in and what we do. We have about 600 members that we provide housing for 82 units of independent, affordable, and assisted living. And this is what a few of them have said. This is a family atmosphere and very caring. Thank you for your continued support so we have a clean, safe environment. And Linda, who's here with us, wrote, we are very appreciative of the center. We have a wonderful center out here in Chugach. It's home and family to me and people who live here. We have the best staff. I didn't tell her to write that. It includes all the employees out there who really take the best care. And our transportation system is extremely excellent in what they do. And so others have just said that it's so much like a home out there for them, and they really appreciate the atmosphere. We provide about 14 different opportunities, including 4,100 meals per month, 900 rides per month, and Meals on Wheels, about 1,400 meals per month on that. And I went to one of the routes just before Christmas and remember one woman who broke down and cried after receiving her meal and a gift. We would like to invite you as the Assembly to come out to the center. It's part of the municipality, so there's no special visa or passport necessary. And even though there's some say there's no such thing as a free lunch, if you come out, we will give you a free lunch on Monday through Friday, and we would love to give you a tour as well of your facility, because it really is yours and we're taking care of it for you. So we want to give you a big thank you from our residents, staff, and members. So we're going to go ahead and give that to you, and we've got some information as well we'll give as well. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, would you like to accept the very big thank you, or maybe Mr. Slivka? Mr. Slivka, yes. So if there's a check involved, he'll take it.
Is it a very big check, too?
You guys have a check for us? No, unfortunately.
I think we have a check for them.
Do you want to get closer?
Come on over.
Oh, sure. Thank you. And then you have some materials for us?
I don't have any questions in the queue. Thank you very much for coming. All right, with that, I think Friends of the Library, I believe, are going to be come back on the 25th of February. There's no one here from the Friends of the Library, correct?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant.
Could we talk to them again and ask them to submit the form with just a little detail of what they want to talk about? I think it would be fair to require a request from them the same thing that we do from all members of the public.
Are you referring to Friends of the Library?
Yeah. The form was blank, and I think it just would be nice for them to give us a little public process
Sure. We'll make a note of that, and I'll reach.
So there's an alternative one than the one that was uploaded in Granicus. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
That was where the error was then.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right. With that, that concludes our old business. We will take our regularly scheduled dinner break. We'll be back in 20 minutes to take up new public hearings. The Anchorage Assembly back to order. We're on item 14A, ordinance number AO 2020-8, an ordinance authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $100 million in aggregate principal amount of tax anticipation notes. Fixing certain details. Could you say waive reading? Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Rookie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Thank you, sir. Your time has started.
My time started right this second. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage, currently a resident in the Manitou Valley. While addressing you tonight, I represent myself and I follow the public process. My comments are on the issue before you right now. You're talking about $100 million going into a debt. And it's based on what revenue you're getting in property taxes. That's what I see here. It doesn't say exactly what specific issues of money is it going to be used for as far as a list, port, or whatever. It's generally asking for $100 million. One more time, $100 million. Back in November, you approved a budget that goes in effect January 1st, and we're now in February. And now you're going to ask for a loan. First of all, there's no clear idea as far as the cost of asking for that $100 million loan. What's it going to cost the property taxpayers, the public, whatever? Why do you need to do it? Are you running short of money? Where's the reserve? Where is the bloody reserve? You shouldn't need to go and ask for a $100 million loan if you have a basic reserve. I know in the Manitou Borough, the Assembly, there's a so-called reserve. That's dealt with emergencies. But what you're doing with this is going and asking for a $100 million loan. We do not know what the costs are. Have you done it in previous years? And if you've done it in the last year, what kind of cost did this cost? It makes no sense to go and ask for $100 million. When you approved the budget in November, that says to the public is you're so short of money you can't do business. That's what it says. So with all due respect, you should not approve this at this time. There needs to be a lot of answers provided to questions on what I said here. And it should be a continued public hearing and the public has a fair chance to address that. Because this is not the way to go. This is not good business sense. And with respect, that leaves 32 seconds to spare. Bye. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
I didn't expect that.
Anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one? Public hearing is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
So, Mr. Slivka, this we had some challenges to this. It seems fairly routine, and I think the second whereas states what it's for. But could you maybe clarify a little bit so the public's not misled?
Yes, through the chair. This is a standard process we do. As a reminder, our cash pool is segregated, and we have roughly $200 to $300 million that's invested at a longer time horizon because we rarely dip into it. But as this ordinance says, we do run low in cash in the March, April, May timeframe prior to the receipt of our real estate taxes. And so this is actually a process that in the year 2019 resulted in a positive revenue of, I think, at least $3 million in reduction in taxes because it was additional revenue. We are able to borrow this money with less than 1 year maturity, and the money that we have is invested for 3 or 4 years. So we're making that spread between the cost of money. So it's a positive impact on the municipality, which is why we do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the cost of drawing from our reserves in terms of the lost earnings on that is greater than the cost of this short-term loan.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon and Mr. Slivka. Mr. Constant.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Slivka for providing clarifying information regarding uninformed and misleading testimony that comes before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14B, ordinance number AO 2020-16, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for authorizing and approving the issuance of port revenue bonds and/or notes for the municipality in one or more series in the aggregate principal amount outstanding at any time of not to exceed $100 million for the purpose of providing funds to refinance certain outstanding debt and to provide for additional funds for future capital improvements and related financing expenses of the Port of Alaska. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? See, Mr. Haberman, if you're going to continue testifying, please stay with the front.
Not being rude. Be welcoming public coming to you. Show some respect. I lost my phone. I'll trust you on the timer right now. My timer is gone. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, and on this issue, when it comes to the port, the record has been very few people have testified before you. When it dealt with a tariff, approximately 2 people testified. I was only one of them. And now what do we have here? Who's here to address it? And also note, in reference to the port thing, there was a few days ago a meeting dealing with, I believe, this issue, public testimony over in City Hall. I was the only one that spoke, and as soon as I finished speaking, the meeting was approximately 12 or 13 minutes and didn't continue so that maybe someone comes late. They just ended it with me and end up business. So with regard to this, I believe this was the same subject before you right now. I did speak on it. And then there was a lack of clarity on this before I gave testimony. It was more clear when the statement was read before I spoke, but it wasn't part of the public notice record. So we're dealing with a lack of clarity and a lack of opportunity for the public to be heard. And you're dealing with one of the most significant issues you're going to be dealing with in the future, for now and the future, dealing with an issue that's not going to go away. And with all due respect, you're going to just close public hearing without asking if there's any objection for closing public hearing and usurping the power of the Assembly. And then the end result is you're going to 10-1 pass this and go on with business. But the fact is, are you really hearing from the people? And I note this one word that I did in my testimony, the constant word I heard frequently, stakeholders, stakeholders, stakeholders. This is a public meeting, public hearings, not certain people. This is, we call it the Port of Alaska, which has impact throughout the state, particularly in Anchorage and the Valley. What happens with your decisions on the port and how you do business on this issue affects the whole state, and particularly the people in the Anchorage and the Valley. So with all due respect, I don't trust you all in the way you've done the process of dealing with the port to connect appropriately with the people and come up with a decision that's going to be looking into their public interest. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did, I guess, have a couple comments on this and a question. And I think first I'll say what bothers me about this is the idea of refinancing the $40 million. And I can certainly understand that that's a financial mechanism by which you can expand out and delay the payment of that debt, but we know there's a cost to that. And even though we also know that, I guess from some of what was in the ordinance itself said that I think it was a $14 million savings over time for this $40 million. And yet, it seems to me like if we decide now to extend out the debt, we're kind of eating away that savings by basically costing us in the long term for having to pay that out since it's being delayed. So we know there's an additional cost to trying to take this $40 million and putting it into this long-term bond indebtedness. But I think one of my concerns too is the fact that it mentions that we've spent $138 million has been invested. So I'm having a hard time figuring out what that really means. Does that mean money that we've already spent or money we've allocated but it hasn't been actually spent? The $100,000, is that additional money, or is part of that really going to pay off some of the debt that we already have? And then I guess my last question then too is what kind of an impact does the $20 million that we just received word from U.S. DOT Maritime Administration today, how does that play into, or does it play into how we would otherwise use or need this $100 million? So, sorry, I know lots of questions there, but I have some real concerns about how we're doing this, even though you can say from a financial standpoint it makes sense, from a savings standpoint, and I'm having a hard time deciding that it's actually not costing us more in the long run. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Would Mr. Falsey or Mr.
Through the chair, I'll answer those questions if you'd like.
Yes, please, Mr. Slifka.
So first, the issue of savings, which we discussed before. We use the short-term borrowing programs on a short-term basis for until projects are completed, and we will reach a completion next year on the PCT. And at that point, when you have an asset that has a 40-year life, it doesn't make sense to have borrowing that is very short-term against that, because then you are subject to the uncertainty of the marketplace in your ability to refinance. And I'll say that in 2009, even companies as large as General Electric were in dire straits because they were unable to roll over their short-term borrowing. So we realized that by going long-term, it will cost us more, but that is the best practice. You match your liabilities with your assets in the same way that you would match your home with a 30-year mortgage. In relation to the $138 million, the total cost of the PCT is in the $210 to $220 million range, depending on how much next year's work costs. We've spent that. I think includes the 138 includes the work that we're going to be doing this year, which starts here, I think, in April. And then the other question relative to, yes, the fact that we got an additional $20 million grant will mean that most likely we will not have to borrow all of the $100 million.
Thank you, Mr. Slifka. Do you have any follow-up questions, Ms. Kennedy? Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's Mr. Slifka or Mr. Rebuffo that can talk to us about what this positions us to for the next construction season. I mean, does this get us to the point where we finish the funding chain for the PCT?
So through the chair, yes, what this authorization allows us is to release the RFP for the 2021 work, and it will get us to completion of the PCT.
Right, so that's an important takeaway in all of this, is what we get to is a very high benchmark point in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, one more question. What would be the problem with, or why was there no consideration in actually separating these out in terms of refinancing the $40 million in and of itself and then having a separate long-term bond for the $60 million? Why are we packaging these?
Well, we're packaging the authorization to give us the highest degree of flexibility because, again, we are continually asking for both federal and state grants. And so, for example, it is our ask with the legislature, the state legislature currently, for some additional funding for the port. It may be that we get to 2021 when we actually have to incur the cost, and then possibly we don't necessarily have to borrow much at all. But we include these all together so that we have the most flexibility in terms of borrowing at the both the lowest cost, but also making sure that we are matching our liabilities with our assets.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So potentially then, these could be multiple transactions. This is just $100,000 or $100 million worth of authorization, but this could be multiple transactions?
It could. Most likely it will be just one, but it could be, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Slivka. Any more questions, Ms. Kennedy? Okay, seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14C, resolution number AR 2020-16, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $1,738,000 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund, and appropriating $64,213 as a contribution from the 2020 Anchorage Police Department operating budget, Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund, to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund, all in the Anchorage Police Department, for impaired driving enforcement. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14D, resolution number AR 2020-31, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $127,600 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and appropriating $2,806 as a contribution from the 2020 Anchorage Police Department operating budget, Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund, to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund, Anchorage Police Department, for click it or ticket seatbelt enforcement. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14E, resolution number AR 2020-17, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a contribution in the amount not to exceed $1,200,000 from the Disaster Recovery Fund and appropriating said contribution to the Disposal Capital Improvement Projects Fund, all within the Department of Solid Waste Service for the Anchorage Regional Landfill Temporary Warm Storage Building and Shop Project. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After some concerns from some constituents, I just want to make sure it's clear that while this building is temporary, it has other uses, and that it is likely FEMA reimbursable, or that the municipality is working closely with FEMA. So just want to make sure the public was aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And just to dovetail on that, the reason we're doing this, one of the buildings that the municipality lost in the earthquake was the warm work area for solid waste services. So this provides the utility the ability to continue operating at the level they have been.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passed unanimously. We are now at item 14F, resolution number AR 2020-18, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $250,000 of Alaska Center for the Performing Arts Capital Reserve revenues within the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund for facility and equipment repairs and improvements at the ACPA in the Office of Economic and Community Development. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14G, resolution number AR 2020-19, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $200,000 of Anchorage Golf Course Capital Reserve revenues within the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund for repairs, replacements, and improvements at the Anchorage Golf Course in the Office of Economic and Community Development. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone want to take a swing? Okay. All right, seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
That was the Eric Croft memorial pun. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14H, resolution number AR 2020-23, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,300,000 as a contribution from the 2020 Maintenance and Operations Department Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Operating Fund Unrestricted Net Assets Account to the 2020 Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Fund to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment in the Public Works Administration Department. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. There was some reference in the information to the fleet maintenance rental rate revenue, and I just wondered what that is.
Is there anyone here that could speak to that? Oh, Al? Coming on down. You, sir, can you please identify yourself?
Alan Chkowski, Director of Maintenance and Operations, through the Chair, Ms. Kennedy. The way our operation works is that we work just like a rental fleet. Our equipment is sent to the departments. The departments pay a rental rate based on the type of equipment they use, and that is what replaces the fund for future purchases.
Do you have a follow-up question, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, I guess just for clarification, so it's kind of like an intergovernmental charge,
Yes.
not quite the same, but it works that way in terms of how you sort of lease out equipment. to
Correct.
departments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Hold on.
One second. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Snow plowing and maintenance is under you, right?
Yes, it is.
You know, it's been very interesting conditions this week, from dry to wet and warm and very slick all of a sudden. And I've noticed in some key locations, your team has done a great job of grinding up that ice and making it passable again. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass it on.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further discussion, please vote on this item. The item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14I, resolution number AR 2020-28, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,538,074 as a contribution from the 2020 operating budget Chugiak Birchwood Eagle River Rural Road Service Area SBRSA Fund to the SBRSA Capital Improvement Project Fund for road and drainage improvement projects, all within the Public Works Administration Department. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item from our Eagle River members? No? Okay. Please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14J, resolution number AR 2020-35, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $273,430.26 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the Air Quality Public and Business Awareness Education Campaign in the Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right. Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Dyson, how do you vote? Okay. No, for the record, we got the thumbs up from Mr. Dyson. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14K, ordinance number AO 2020-12, an ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed on for delinquent taxes and/or special assessments in the real estate department. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Please identify yourself, sir.
I am Ron Williamson.
Oh, come on down. I'm sorry.
Good evening, I'm Ron Williamson. I have a piece of property that's on this list, and I would like to ask the Assembly if they could postpone selling our family's property for a year, because my kids will help me pay off the 2 years back taxes. We have owned this property since the mid-'70s, and I'd like to keep it in the family. And I need y'all's help to help save our place. Give us a year and we'll pay off our taxes. That's all I can say.
Okay, sir, we have a question for you. Mr. Constant.
What's the address of the property?
6810 East 12th, number...
East 12th?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, say that again. Is that?
It's on the one that just came out, 6810 East 12th. It's the second one on the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any more discussion on this?
Thank you.
In response, thank you, sir. No further questions? I imagine there might be some discussion on your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is that, were you moving the S version?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
With a...
Okay, I'd like to move to replace the...
Wait, I don't know that we had a second.
Well, this goes first, she said.
Ms. Kennedy was the second.
Okay,
and
thank you.
there is no S version. That's my mistake. It's the original version.
Thank you. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Move to replace Appendix A with the new version that we have handed out. And I think for the public, there was some copies over here.
Second.
Okay, so that's is that an amendment, essentially?
Substitute.
Move to substitute. Okay. Mr. Constant, on the motion to substitute.
How would we identify which one is Appendix A, the substitute? Is it demarcated as version 2 or something?
I know it shows the original version has 11 properties listed, and this one has 9.
All right, so the list with 9 items, which is Appendix A. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Could we perhaps have a brief explanation from the administration as to why the substitution occurred?
My name is Robin Ward. I'm the director of the real estate department. Members of the assembly, when the municipality takes clerk's deed, which is the foreclosure process, the prior owners or previous owners have the right to repurchase their properties up until the day of sale. And so we expect there will be more repurchases on this. This is just as of today. So when a previous owner comes in and pays all of their delinquent taxes, including interest, penalties, all of the administrative fees, they get their a quitclaim back, so they get their property back by quitclaim deed. That's what happened on 2 of these properties, that they actually paid all of their delinquent taxes and repurchased their property.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. We have 2 questions. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ward, a couple questions. If somebody is has property on this list, well, if any properties on this list, are they subject to actually being sold tomorrow? If we approve this, are they available for sale tomorrow? Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, no. We have proper protocol and we have to follow state statutes as far as notification. Right now, we're anticipating a sale around April 15th. Okay, thank you. And then another question, please. If somebody is asking for some kind of an extension, how do you handle those?
That is something that is in the purview of the Assembly to remove that address and property from this list.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. We have a few people in the queue now, Ms. Ward. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. So just following up on that and the one Mr. Williamson spoke to. So were it to go up for sale in April, if he's paid his taxes by then, it would not be sold. Is there some relief? I mean, even if it's sold, is it sold with some contingencies that if he pays his taxes within a certain amount of time, he gets it back? Or is that the...
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, that a sale at the foreclosure sale extinguishes all repurchase rights.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Weddleton?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. So I need a little bit of help here with kind of the process. So I'm not sure what we're doing, what's the timing here if it's still a ways until you might want to put them up for sale? Is it just the prep work you need to do or something like that? And then the other question is, it's only full repayment that keeps the home from being sold, or is there any movement in there?
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel, in order to repurchase their property after clerk's deed is taken, these properties are at least 2.5, almost 3 years delinquent in taxes. So this is a combination of 2017, 18, and 19 taxes. In order to have not been taken as a clerk's deed, the property owner would have had to have at least paid their 17 tax before we took clerk's deed. So these properties, once we take clerk's deed, under state statute, they have to pay all delinquent taxes, the principal interest penalties, and the administrative fees in order to repurchase those. And your previous question was timing. We have to go out for proper public notice, so we come to the Assembly normally in February to hold an April sale to be able to give enough notice to the public for that sale.
Yeah, go ahead.
So at this point, these are all properties where the municipality holds a clerk's deed so that in order to keep the property, they need to be paid in full prior to the time that the real estate office lists them and sells them until the sale is complete.
They actually can repurchase up until the actual day of sale.
Closing.
The day that we have a contract for sale that is fully executed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Constant?
Thanks, Robin, Ms. Ward. Two things. Last year, we did remove, I think, 2 properties from the list.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, actually 3. That is your Exhibit B.
Right.
And those 3 were removed from the sale authorization last year.
Right. And so what happened with those properties?
Nothing.
So they're now back on the list?
Correct.
Okay. So then really, other than the year of time, there's no other loss for having granted them the opportunity to make themselves whole.
That is correct, because the taxes continue to accrue.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see Exhibit B. Okay, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. I was the one that took action to pull one of these off the foreclosure list, and I'm far wiser now. I listened to some very creative sob stories about handicapped children and elders living in Oregon. And as I investigated further, found out this same group who couldn't pay their taxes owned 63 or 64 acres adjacent who they'd paid the taxes on. So anyways, my sense of it is the city's process is pretty fair. There's lots of ways for remedy, and I just encourage you all to be thoughtful about pulling things off the list.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Ward, just so I'm clear, there isn't an option for a payment plan. Folks on this list would have to pay everything that's owed in full, correct?
Through the chair, Ms. LaFrance, we try not to take partial payments because if they can't make the rest, they lose that also in the sale. So we really try and encourage them to put the money away somewhere and then walk in with all of it and repurchase their property, because if they're short by $2,000 or $3,000, we may not have the ability to hold up the sale.
Okay, thanks.
And can I just share that this is the hardest part of my job every year. This is the one part of my job I absolutely hate. It is not our intent to take someone's home or property from them. But on behalf of all of the citizens who pay their taxes like all the rest of us do, this is a process that we feel we have to go through. We collect between $6 and $7 million in taxes before we take clerk's deed, and then we try and encourage any way. We encourage them to talk to, if they're, shareholders at SERI, if they can get a reverse mortgage, anything that they can do to save their property. It is the very last thing we want to do is take someone's property.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, may I follow up?
Yeah.
And so just so I'm absolutely clear, if this passes with this list intact, there are no additional fees tomorrow on these properties than there are today?
Through the chair, Ms. LaFrance, no, the fees continue to accrue until the day of sale.
Okay.
And remember that any excess proceeds over and above what is actually the property sells for is set aside for 6 months for the prior property owner to be able to claim.
Okay.
So we don't keep that for 6 months. They can come in and claim all of their excess proceeds.
And so for the resident who testified, the best thing to do then would be to contact your office, or who? To do what?
If they can get a loan from someone, if they can find family members who could maybe loan them the money to pay it, anything they can do to pay their taxes.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Perez-Radia.
Thank you. I think you answered my question already. I was actually following up on Mr. Dyson, his statement around the fact that you do so much to make sure that folks don't get to this stage, and I think you explained most of that. Is there anything else you would add in terms of the sort of the work you do to try to make sure that people don't get to the place they're at now?
Well, first of all, through the chair, Mr. Perez-Radia, a lot of it is notification. If we don't get if we keep getting returned mail, we actually go out and post the front of the property once or twice. There may be a tenant in it. Maybe they've changed their mailing address. We do everything that we can. In the past, we've taken up to 150 properties in clerk's deed. Our staff does such a good job, we took 15 this year. That's the lowest we've ever taken in clerk's deed. So we're really, really trying to notify people and encourage them to pay their taxes rather than take clerk's deed to their property.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Radia. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. If the municipality is able to hold excess proceeds for 6 months, does the municipality have a trust account or any way to hold partial payments that could be refunded if ultimately the property were to go to sale? Because I can understand the benefit of being able to hold the funds so they're not available for something else if someone's trying to pay off, one of these properties, instead of doing some other method.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel, that would be a very special circumstance, and it would be we could try that. But again, all I can say is if they owed $23,000 and they were able to pay $19,000 and then were not able to pay the rest of it, then we're back in front of you again. It's not a practice that we would prefer to do, frankly.
Ma'am.
Yep.
At this point, when a property is kind of on this list, it becomes an all or nothing proposition. It truly does. And I understand the need for the municipality to be paid back. I also understand the need that when you're looking to hold $23,000, that's really hard to do for a lot of folks, to hold on to $23,000. Or if someone's willing to give you a loan for $10,000, but they don't want to give it to you, but they were ready to give it to you now, and you have to get more money. I'm wondering if since we can hold excess proceeds, why I'm just trying to reconcile kind of this thing that might be really helpful with it's almost like a hold harmless, like if you can get it paid, because that's part of the problem often is just being able to secure away the funds. So that's what I'm trying to get at. And we probably won't solve it tonight, but I definitely want to think about it some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to commiserate and say that on our end of the dais, this is probably the most horrible thing that we have to do as well. So can you remind us again in April, what are we going to have before us?
In April, the sale?
Yeah.
Through the Chair, Mr. Rivera, the April sale, right now we're looking at the 15th of April, and it is a sealed competitive bid. We normally get multiple bids. Last year we had 4 for sale, and I think we had 21 bids on those 4.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Mr. Rivera, any other comments, discussion on this item?
Are we on
Mr.
a motion?
Constant.
Are we on a motion?
No, there's
Are
no.
we on the main motion?
We're on the
main. I thought we had a sub-motion.
I'm sorry. I thought we had finished the motion to
No,
substitute.
I think we're not yet there.
Okay.
Thank
So we're voting now on the motion to substitute in Appendix A. Any more discussion on
with
this?
9 items.
With 9 items?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Please vote on that motion. That passes. So we now have the main motion before us. Mr. Constant.
I think just knowing that we have one individual who came to plead their case, would like to grant them another year. So I'm going to move that we remove item number 1 from Appendix A as amended.
Second.
Okay. And that's lot 14, block 1.
On the new list, it is the second item, but it's listed as item 1.
Right.
It's, 006-145-17-000 is the tax parcel number.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Discussion. Mr. Weddleton.
I guess I ask Ms. Ward back up. I mean, if they're living in this house, it's a duplex. I mean, I hate to kick people out, but in other words, so, if we give an extra year, are these houses deteriorating? Then our value, are we going to be able to recoup our money after a year? Say, is this an issue?
Through the Chair, Mr. Weddleton, again, the property taxes continue to accrue over that year. So they will have what they owe today, which is about $11,000 for the last 3 years, then another year's taxes, penalties, interest, and administrative fees on top of that. But we don't know. We don't go inside these properties. We've only seen them from the outside. We don't know if they're deteriorating or not on the inside.
So this is not really a free thing for us. We inherit some risk that are.
Through the Chair, Mr. Weddleton, absolutely. Every one of these on the list are in our name. If something happens on those properties, it is our insurance that covers it. That is correct. They are liabilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Still, Mr. Constant.
Yep, thank you. Robin, in the list of 3, did we have any insurance claims over the last year?
We did not.
Okay, thank you. And we've already established that there's minimal actual cost to the municipality if we wait a year. We know that no one's even questioning the 3 that we removed from last year, so we're going to move forward with those. I think it's perfectly reasonable that someone came to make a case and asked for 1 year when it comes with a marginal cost to the municipality that we grant it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, there's been times when, we all haven't been in the black, and so second chances are part of America. And so that's one of the reasons why I'd like to give this gentleman another year so he could keep this property that's been in his family for going on 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other discussion on this motion to remove the item? Okay, not seeing any. Please vote on this motion. That item passes 10-1. So, Mr. Williamson, your property has been removed from this list, and for 1 year. Will be back before us next year.
Mr. Chair, I hope it won't be back before us next year.
Oh, yeah, hopefully it won't be. But you have a year to do it. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, so with that, we're at the main motion. Would anyone like to discuss the main motion further? All right, seeing no discussion. I'm sorry, Mr. Constant.
I just want to say thank you, Robin. This is the hardest job, and I recognize the stewardship and the commitment that you make, and it is impressive to see how small the list is, and your team should be lauded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right, seeing no further discussion, please vote on the main motion. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14L, ordinance number AO 2020-13, ordinance authorizing a 20-year lease between the municipality of Anchorage and the U.S. Department of the Air Force for the use of the premises located on Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, legally described as a 49.19-acre portion within USS 8690, Lot 2, SEC 22T14N R2W, for gravel storage to support operations of the Solid Waste Services Anchorage Regional Landfill. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to testify?
I'll be extremely brief. My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. I have only one comment on this issue. And respect to on the conflict of interest, I may be wrong, but I need clarification as far as the job position of Assembly Member Dunbar. Is he connected with the military in this space? If he is, there should have been a motion to recluse himself. But if he's not, that's fine. Everything's done fine. But I thought there was some connection with the military. And I appreciate the Assembly Member Dunbar clarifies his position with the military. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion of this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. We are now on item 14M, ordinance number AO 2020-14, ordinance authorizing a third ground lease extension between the municipality of Anchorage and Chugiak Senior Citizens Incorporated, an Alaska nonprofit corporation at less than fair market value for a parcel legally described as Lot 3SEC 16T15N R1W located in Chugiak for constructing and operating rental housing for the elderly. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now on item 14N, ordinance number AO 2020-17, an ordinance providing for time-limited closure of municipal property for the cleaning of waste and other hazards, introduced by Assembly Members Zalatel and Constant and Mayor Berkowitz. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? All right, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Heyman. I live in the Mat-Su Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. On this particular subject, the Assembly, for the public really realizes it, you had a meeting in City Hall on the same subject, called a work session, 2 o'clock last Friday. The meeting was short. It didn't last a full hour as scheduled. It was basically a half hour. But I raised concern. In most of those other meetings, by the way, I wasn't allowed the public to speak, and that one I was brought in because there was more time, I guess, and the chair allowed that. But note this and concern. Throughout the meeting, a number of times, the word homeless came out. The word homeless. In this legislation, there's not one word indicating homeless. I also remembered at that same meeting, Friday, where the Assembly members were calling for, let's have this discussion at the Assembly Homeless Committee meeting, and the response a couple minutes later was, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that there. Again, you say homeless, but then you're bowing out there. But reality is, homeless is in here, and in the discussion of words by Assembly members, one Assembly member, Dunbar, says is, why do we need, he asked this question, and I didn't hear an answer to it, why do we need this ordinance? That was the question he stated there. I didn't hear the answer to that question. It's a good question. Why do we need this ordinance? And the second is, what I raise concern is the issue is, you're not saying identifying the homeless in here, and was I hearing the words from Assembly members there, the fear that if you identify it, there will be litigation. There will be litigation. The words of ACLU came out. But nothing was said there. There was an escape from even getting to that issue, escaping from having this matter go before the Assembly Homeless Committee, escaping it all, and you bring it before the public now in a public hearing. But I also note here is there was a prejudice because you had made comments, not just questions, comments. And this is now before a public hearing. But when you go before and have comments on an item, not questions, and previously, you prejudice the proceedings. Now, I doubt anyone can be coming up or aware of this particular legislation and realize that this is very much connected to the homeless issue. And with all fairness to the Assembly, I do appreciate the last few years that you have had some conversation on the homeless issue. But let's be honest here. You're bringing this ordinance here without the word homeless, but in reality, the homeless people are targeted here. And is this the way to do business? With all due respect, it's not. I urge you to kill this thing and bring this conversation to all of Alaska, all of Anchorage in this before you close discussion. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Do we have a motion on public hearing? Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I would move to continue the public hearing, just one meeting, because there are some concerns that I have that I haven't yet quite vetted out, and so that would be to the meeting of the 25th. But before we go there, I just would briefly like to suggest that once again we heard pretty bad information before us in the testimony that just occurred, and the purpose of this ordinance is to create a generally applicable ordinance instead of one that might be construed to target a certain population. So I would move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of the 25th.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
So I have a note to request March 10th, but that to allow a work session.
Yeah, March 10th is fine.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
So will you amend your motion to March 10th?
Yes.
Will the second agree to that? Okay, we have a motion to extend public hearing until March 10th. Any discussion on that motion? Okay.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Weddleton.
Is there, was the intent for a work session or just for you to do more work?
I just need to speak a little bit more with our legal counsel in figuring out how we're going to implement the policy so that we are ensuring that it's implemented fairly and generally equal across all parties, not just when it's convenient. And so that's my concern, is that we really think through the application of it, not just the creation of it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
I think it's worthwhile, if we're going to move to March 10th, that we should probably have a half-hour work session on this, just so that we get that clarity that Mr. Constant's talking about. I do want to direct members to the AM. I think the rationale in there is actually quite clear, but if we want to talk about how it might play out through, the calendar year at the municipality, I think that's helpful, but I think otherwise the rationale is in the memorandum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And yeah, I will commit to having a work session between now and March 10th. Any other further discussion?
Mr. I'll commit to work with the department heads to just answer the questions that I have outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Okay, with that, please vote on the motion. That passes 10-1, and the public testimony will be extended until March 10th. We are now on item 14O, resolution number AR 2020-14, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly adopting recommendations, if any, to the 2040 Metropolitan Transportation Plan MTP 2040 public review draft, December 2019, and transmitting this resolution to the AMATS Policy Committee. Before I open public hearing, I want to note for the public that we do intend to extend this until the 25th of February. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Before we do that, Ms. Zalatel needs to make a disclosure.
Yes, as declared earlier, I have a conflict with one particular project, the Midtown Congestion Relief Project. I've been advised by ethics officer that I may sit and listen to the rest of the public testimony because it is one small project within the large document, but I did need to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Okay, at this time, we'll open public hearing. Would anyone like to testify? Okay.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely the public interest. I go to the last page of the 4 or 5 page document here, and I note these words: a public review comment period for MTP public draft runs for 45 days from December 31st to February 14th. So, respect to this going before the Assembly, and I realize you made a public notice that you're going to continue public hearing, and I'm glad to hear that. But before this item came to you, you needed to properly connect with, note that narrow window. With respect, Senator Dunbar and Welton, the public is speaking here, and you should be hearing what they're saying instead of talking among yourself. Now, with respect to that narrow window, this doesn't leave an introduction or public hearing for the Planning and Zoning Commission. And many of the community councils, there's a lot of them, where do they have a chance to address this issue? There's much more chance than that in the borough, but they have weaknesses too. But to just say to our notice just before I went up there that you're going to have another chance for the public to speak, and that's questionable because many times I've seen that and it doesn't happen, or they say, well, you spoke before, and then when you said you can't speak again. So with all due respect, at least the borough doesn't do that in the valley, and he doesn't give a fair chance of what gets uncovered on this thing. So I'd like to also point out the fact that AMATS is noted by this scenario, and AMATS, and I've attended their meetings and I frequently raised the concern of public notice of AMATS. AMATS does not have a proper notice for their own meetings. Some members are seated on the policy committee of AMATS. Administration people are on there too, and they just look the other way in silence. But the fact is, the notice issue for whether it's assembly meeting, whatever, boards and commissions, it's not there. I've said it from time to time, several times, and it continues to be not there. It's in another place. It's got to be in the place with the rest of the notices. And the end result, we're now talking about approving the plan, a draft. And where did it go over in AMATS? The most problems over there is not transparency, not fair to the public, and not those AMATS meetings are during the afternoon on a given day of the week, and so have their people attend those AMATS meetings. Is there a video audio of those meetings? Maybe an audio, but a video is another question. Something like that should be right up here. So the end result is the public's in the dark. They don't get a chance. And I'll leave you with one also comment with, I don't know how many seconds I've got left. I'm in the dark because I didn't have my timer on, but say this. These plans that you do not take into account of a situation where your priority is not public transit, but those who use public transit are facing that that's their only option. And so the end result is... Mr.
Haberman, your time has expired.
I would have been nice to conclude with that statement, but I don't expect it from this chair or the assembly to question it.
Would anyone else like to testify? Hello, Ms. Sporowski.
Hello, my name is Lily Sporowski. I live in District 1. I cannot drive for many reasons like anxiety, eye issues. I'm colorblind, so that's fun. And I use the public transit system to get everywhere. I used to, while I lived in While I'm living in Mount View, I used to work at Fred Meyer on Abbott, take an hour bus ride, 2 different buses to get to work, and the 15 minutes with the 20 and then the 30 minutes with the 55, that really helped me get to work, and I'm glad to see the improvements that the public transit system is making. And as someone who rides the bus, I do see AMAT's meetings posted everywhere in the bus system. It'll say on every bus when the meeting is and that there's a free bus ticket if you go. So I would just like to say that, to clarify that a little bit, that the riders of People Mover do know when the meetings are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borowski. Would anyone else like to testify?
Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Kathy Gleason. I'm currently serving as president of the Turnagain Community Council, and I'm speaking on behalf of the council this evening. Within the AMAT's 2040 MTP draft, public draft review, there are 2 projects specifically within the Turnagain community boundaries, and we have submitted on both of these projects in previous drafts of these plans, and so our comments are very similar to what we are submitting now. We did vote on these at our meeting last Thursday. The first project is number 216, and it's the Turnagain Street Rehabilitation Project from Northern Lights Boulevard to 35th Avenue. And this has been a project that's been very high ranked on our CIP list for probably decades. It's in such bad shape, and several years ago there was a pretty bad accident where a pedestrian was hit. There's no pedestrian amenities on this road. There's no good lighting. There's drainage issues. The list goes on. It's in really bad shape. The last draft of this was in the illustrative portion, which means way beyond the 20-year. Now it's in the long term, which that's progress. But Turnagain Community Council would like this body to put in their resolution as an amendment to the plan and request that this project be moved into the short-term project list. And we would really appreciate your support on this. The second project is number 412, and it's Coastal Trail widening proposal between Earthquake Park and Westchester Lagoon, which falls completely within the Turnagain Community Council boundaries. We have been opposed to any suggestion and proposal in any plan of widening the coastal trail beyond its current configuration, which works well for all the user groups that use that really highly popular trail. It's amazing. We feel like any widening to 14 feet, which is what the description is in the draft plan, would be detrimental in several ways. And I did talk to a senior park planner recently and asked, did the Parks Department propose this project? How did this project get into somebody's list that now it keeps popping up? And she was stunned it was in there. And this is a person who has worked on coastal trail rehabilitation projects, including this stretch a few years ago. And she said, no, the Parks Department did not request this. So we're not sure where it came from, but I appreciate Assemblyman Weddleton's email that he sent me yesterday saying that he felt like maybe because the bicycle rental business is thriving in our community, that may be what's pushing the widening of the trail. But if you envision that section of the trail, it's got a lot of vegetation. The trail is very near the coast, hence the name Coastal Trail. We have rising seawaters due to climate change. We've had massive erosion issues in the lower elevation part of that trail that's had to be dealt with before. As the water rises, that's going to be a continual problem in the future. The vegetation that is there now serves a really important purpose in stabilizing that area. It's also serving as buffering and aesthetics along that beautiful section of the trail. That section of the trail is also identified as an important wildlife corridor. When you look at the comp plan, the 2020 comprehensive plan, all the way from Kincaid Park around Point Warrenzoff through Earthquake Park, through Fish Creek Estuary, Turnagain Estuary, down to Chester Creek, and then on to Ship Creek. That's a really important wildlife corridor. So if you remove the vegetation, you're going to remove a lot of the wildlife corridor that's in there. And there's the Fish Creek Estuary, there's dedicated parkland, and there's also private property, the residential homes that are along there. So if you take a lot of right-of-way for trail widening, you're going to have a pretty, cumulatively, you're going to have a pretty big negative impact. So Turnagain Community Council opposes this project. We don't feel it's necessary. User groups of all kinds, fast and slow, use it. Safety issues, if you widen it, they'll feel like it's a coastal highway, not a coastal trail. And we're very concerned about the slow-moving users and the fast-moving users having more of a conflict than even may happen now, because the faster users will see this as a way to really zoom through that area. So bottom line is we'd really appreciate the Assembly's support in adding this to your resolution to remove project number 412 from the MTP plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gleason. I don't see any questions. Is there any further testimony on this item? Seeing none, can I get a motion to continue this until the 25th?
Move to continue the public hearing to the February 25th.
Sorry.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. I would like to point out a couple comments. One is in the AM. It does say that the public comment period is ends February 14th, but that's been extended into, I think, to March 9th, so we're okay with extending. And also appreciate Ms. Borowski talking about the public process. The public process for this is many, many years in the making. There's likely been, when you include community councils, 100 meetings on this over the several years. So all of them legally noticed. It's if you want to know about this, you can make a career of it. So the statement that it is not involved proper public participation is very surprising. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Please vote on this motion. That passes unanimously, so we will take that up again on the 25th. We are now at item 14P, ordinance number AO 2020-5, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 28 elections to update and clarify provisions consistent with the municipality's vote-by-mail system and related matters, brought by Assemblymember Peterson. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matthew Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done, appropriate decision made by the governing body is more like in the public interest. If there's anyone that monitors elections in the state, anyone else beyond me, I don't know who. I attend the Semi-Ethics Election Committee for years, attend the election canvass meetings. I attend, even with the state meetings, I'm there. I even was witness to the machinery that was, I'm not talking about the Anchorage machinery, but the manufacturers of different types of voting machinery was at the Captain Cook a year or so ago, and clerks who were present from the borough and elsewhere in the Captain Cook. But let me address this ordinance, and let me make the key comment I'm going to say right now is this. Version S was laid on was an addendum to the agenda for Friday, so the public can't even come close to a fair chance to gather what is this all about. Your work, when I say your work, I'd be more specific, the clerk, some assembly members of the Ethics Election Committee, and other subcommittees that are out there those particular meetings are not proper notice, so we know where the subcommittee meetings are and when they're held, but they're out there. Working group writing this thing up. The fact is, it didn't happen overnight. There was a lot of work involved. A lot of that work was done without public attendance, as opportunity for the public to be there. But the final document came to a new version of S version, an addendum, which the deadline is for putting on the out there to the public was Friday. And then laid on table, there wasn't any laid on table on this, but where was a fair chance for the public to engage. And you had a number of what we call work sessions. Yes, work sessions on this. In City Hall, away from the people, times when they could not connect. And work sessions where you do not allow the public to speak unless you say, okay, he can speak or she can speak. That's what's happened. But the primary person, in my opinion, who's been monitoring and trying to get this thing improved is standing right before you. And what's happened is you've been conducted a policy of indifference, and the best thing you can do, and I know you're not going to like this statement, is you spend a major investment in machinery to get more people vote. Did that really happen? The report on the last election, when the certification is, you got a report of when the years of the machinery was active, but didn't compare to the years before. And if you did a comparison to the years before, you'll see there was greater voter involvement. So the key thing you should be doing is throw that machinery away and go back to the time of precincts where people can go and look at a book and sign. But you're not doing it, and you're spending more money in that way. Thank you very much. That closes my 3 minutes, and I hope there's questions, but I'm sure the chair is going to overrule you.
I don't see any questions. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Peterson, the S version, and seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This rewrite of Title 28 has been in the works for well over 6 months. We had a subcommittee working on this, and then we had in front of the Ethics and Election Committee on our agenda 3 times, I believe. I think we had also 3 work sessions on it, and so there has been a lot of public discussion about this, despite what some people may say, and I believe it's ready for passage, and I'd appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment about the vote by email and vote by fax. As I understand, I wasn't able to make the work session, but I understand it was discussed extensively on Friday, and that issues of cybersecurity have been raised. However, it's too late this cycle to change that. And in fact, Mr. Whittleton and I got a request from 2 constituents who are unable to vote by mail for ballots by email. So I think that shows that definitely we can't make that change now. However, I did want to note that there is the intention to come back to this later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you. I don't think this is rare, but I happen to agree with Mr. Haberman's comments about the whole vote for mail thing, and I have reservations as well. But what has been done here is a very significant improvement, and I suspect it could not have been done much better, and without the help of our Assembly Council, we wouldn't have such a... And if I'm right, and Chair of the Committee's nodding, I think we should recognize that Dean has done great work on this and lots of other issues. Let the record reflect. Mr. Peterson said amen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, and Mr. Gates did excellent work on this, and there were long discussions about many of these issues, and at the last work session we had on it, we did have a lengthy discussion about email voting, and how email voting actually weakens our security. And myself, and my opinion is that I would rather not have a couple people vote via email and take the chance of losing the integrity of our system. I think it's more important to keep our system intact and not be infected than it is to get a couple or more votes from people who just happen to be snowbirds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for the kudos, but also say I can't take all this credit. We had a great team that worked together for over a year that consisted of, named in the AM, Municipal Clerk Barbara Jones, our project manager, Dennis Wheeler, and our municipal attorney, Becky Wind-Pearson. And all four of us, our attorneys, our legal minds, really did the meat of the work that put this together and made it a great product. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I'm going to quickly hand my gavel to and ask to be recognized.
Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, it's a small thing, but it's something that I've been thinking about for a number of years. One of the things this does is removes from municipal code the ban on what are called ballot selfies, which is a very common practice where people take a picture of their ballot and then post it on social media to show not only they voted but also who they voted for. And technically that was a violation of municipal code. Now I think that code would have fallen to the First Amendment had it been challenged. It never was, but we are removing that here, so that is no longer technically a violation of code. And I think that's important and an important recognition of the times. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would anyone else like to speak? All right, seeing no discussion, please vote on this ordinance. That passes unanimously. We are now on item 14Q, resolution number AR 2020-13, a resolution regarding a variance from AMC 21.05.040K7B minimum separation distance from protected land uses to allow a 283-foot telecommunications tower to be located approximately 178 feet from a principal structure located within residentially zoned land and to be located approximately 388 feet short of the required separation distance. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. I believe we'll have a motion to substitute or to...
No, the motion is postpone, close the public hearing and postpone until March 10th.
Okay.
Second.
Maybe a little longer than that.
Oh, that's my fault. So you want us to continue to... Okay.
Continue the public.
So I'm going to reopen public testimony. There you go. And can we get a motion to continue that until March 10th?
Move to continue the public hearing until March 10th.
Second.
Okay. So, Mr. Welton, you want to speak to that?
We have two things. We're looking at a variance, but this also requires a modification of a conditional use, which Planning and Zoning Commission has not finished their work on that yet. So we expect to have that done soon, and we'll pick up the variance in a few weeks.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. Any opposition to that motion to extend? Seeing none, that passes. That is extended. Okay. So we are now on item 14R.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
That was a motion to continue the public.
Sorry, motion to continue. Thank you. Like I said, I'm rusty. This is my first time back. Motion to continue. 14R, ordinance number AO 2020-9, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Section 21.03.105, 21.05.055, and Old Code Sections 21.15.030 and 21.50.420.
Waive reading.
To remove overburdensome approval procedures of facility modifications, and to remove the prohibition of freestanding signs for commercial marijuana uses. Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, I believe we have an amendment here. I don't know if I have the current one. Ms. Kennedy, do you have the...
Let me check. I have, nope, that's not.
I printed this out
Okay.
at home, and I just want to make sure it's not changed. Oh, is
Yes,
that, is
there
it,
is an amendment.
okay, it's on the screen.
You have it?
Okay, so I'd move amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this amendment. Mr. Welton, you want to explain it?
It doesn't really change the intent or quite where we end up, but I think what we meant is any change, any increase in the size of the operation, as opposed to, like, if they decrease the footprint or the size of the operation, it would not come back to us, and this is just regards if it's increasing, and just made that more clear.
Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Okay. Please vote on this amendment. That amendment passes unanimously. So we are now back to the main motion. Is there any discussion of this? Anyone? Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, we discussed this quite extensively at the February 6th Community Economic Development Committee meeting, and we recommend approval. And this also went through the Planning and Zoning Commission, and it comes with their version.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. We are now at item 14S, ordinance number AO 2020-10, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Section 21.06.030 to exempt up to 200 square feet of area from lot coverage calculations to encourage the construction of front porches on single-family dwellings. Planning Department. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Yep. Ms. Gleason, are you speaking on behalf of the Community Council tonight?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you will have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Chair, members of the Assembly, I'm Kathy Gleason, President of Turnagain Community Council, and we have a land use committee that has done an outstanding job following all of the code amendment proposals that have been coming down to implement the 2040 land use plan. And this, I think, was part of that. Anyway, we did review the proposal, and I did represent the council and testify before the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. So the comments I'm handing out are similar to what we provided at P&Z meeting. Overall, we support this, just to make it clear. We did have a problem with one of the words used in the title. We didn't think an amendment title should use the word encourage. We just thought it should be more neutral and say allow, because that's what this ordinance would do, would allow for, exempting some square footage requirements if you build a porch. It's a technical thing, but that's what we do when we get in the weeds at our committee level. We also completely support and understand that this only applies to single-family dwellings at this point, but our committee did discuss the possibility maybe in the future to explore potential amendments that would apply to multifamily housing. Turnagain has a lot of R2 zoned property within our boundaries, and so the benefits of having a front porch on a dwelling, I think there would be architecturally, design-wise possibilities where a front porch could be included in multifamily dwellings. So that's just for the future to potentially consider. Having said that, our support, we do hope that we can minimize how much land is taken away from the typical requirement for a front yard, because a front yard provides the same benefits as a front porch would, where you get together with your neighbors, you might kick around a ball in the front, just relax, recreate, have some neighborhood viewing over what's going on from your front yard. The other thing that was actually brought up at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and it was discussed fairly extensively, was the probability of someone building a front porch. They got a permit, and then 2 or 3 years down the road, they decide to cover it, essentially expanding the square footage of their dwelling. Maybe after the first year they screen it in, and then maybe a couple years later they thought, you know what, our living room should be larger. Let's just go ahead and frame this in. And there was a question, if they do these subsequent actions after a front porch was permitted, is there any enforcement to require that be retained as a front porch rather than ultimately end up being an extension of a dwelling? And they really didn't have any good answers to that, except, well, the basic answer, if I recall correctly, is no, there's no follow-up. If somebody doesn't apply for a permit, nobody goes out in 5 years to see if that front porch turned into an extension to their home. So that's just, I don't know that there's any easy answers, but it's something that our committee had identified as potentially being problematic, but in the big picture, hopefully it wouldn't be. That's pretty well the gist of it. I encourage your support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gleason. We have one question from Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to let you know this is your lucky day, because we have an S version here that would extend this beyond single-family homes.
Really?
Yes,
okay, well, we were not aware of that. So
our quick response to public comment.
Okay, well, and yes, I mean, it was brought up at the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. So I appreciate that. May I ask a question through the chair? How will that be determined as far as other zoned properties, multifamily properties? Because architecturally, it wouldn't work in some cases, but
I think we'll have a discussion of that during our discussion period.
Okay.
We'll ask that of the administration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify? What's that? Oh. Yes.
My name is Eugene Carl Hammond. I live in the Metro Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. Note the aspect, well, let me first go on this issue. I attended the Assembly Committee on Economic Development. It was last Thursday. I believe that this item was on the agenda and discussed there. There were a couple of other items on the agenda, and decisions were made on all of them and how they would be forwarded to the Assembly. And here we are, Thursday, and now we're Tuesday. And then note that meeting where this was on the agenda, there was no chance for public comment at all. There was one exception, and it should open with respect, Wellington, on the marijuana one, because noted in the meeting was the attorney from the marijuana industry present, so that was first initially the request was to have the industry, and then Chair respectfully says, no, that would be wrong. We need to bring the public in. And I'm glad the Chair did that. But the problem is, that one was the exception. This one was one of the other ones on the agenda. And you made decisions, and there was no chance for public comment, no chance for the public. And the public would not know what's on the agenda because the announcement of the meeting did not include the materials such as this. We're totally blind. When I say we, the public. So now here we are just a couple days later, and you have also noted an S version. How can the chance of the public to address this? Now, I'm not saying here, and you've noted for over the years, if this is a good idea or a bad idea. You don't hear me say those words. When I say when it's a bad idea is I'm concerned about how you connect with the people. And what I just showed you in the short version is how the members have failed to connect directly with the people so we can address it. So one is encourage you to have a continued public hearing, and also note there was an S version on this, and was it available for the public to see, and when was it? Was an addendum laid on the table? I'm moving papers a lot, and I don't have time to catch everything, but I know this was a late item. And then, so that even gives more concern is, even with what the proposal here is, you have before you, you need to have the public connected, and that's not the way to do business. But then I've been saying that for years, and we continue doing a policy of indifference. So, one, continue public hearing, and allow for anyone who testified to speak on anything on these items and not say only on the S version, because that's wrong too. Because you need to bring that whole picture together and how it all ties together. And also, last thing, and this is all I'm going to say, is it would be nice that Senator Dunbar and Wellington would listen to the public while I'm speaking, but I'm asking for too much there. But let's just, my time's up.
Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by, I'm sorry, who was that? Ms. Zalatel. Okay, so we have the S version before us. Mr. Weddleton.
We discussed this at length at the open to the public and properly announced Community Economic Development Committee meeting on the 6th of February. And the S version comes from that discussion. And it makes the number. Is this something? Can we show it up on the screen?
Not sure about that.
It clarified what the ground floor is. We changed from first floor to ground floor. That was important. And then, and simple edit, clarified that. Sorry, we're talking about that the porch could extend, 4 feet from closest to the street. So that was really just a clarification. A fairly significant change is to allow this in not just detached single-family dwellings, but opening it up to multifamily. The same reasons that we would want these for single-family homes exist for multifamily homes. So it's fairly large change, but not really. I mean, our plans pretty much say we want people out on the street. The porches do that. This makes it an option, not required. It just makes it an easier option for builders and home buyers to have a porch that kind of does the kinds of things we want to see in our neighborhoods.
Okay. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I don't think even the last change was terribly significant, because on a multi-residential lot, it would only give you the offset for 200 feet per lot. I do have a question about the term parent lots. Is that defined somewhere else in code so that it means what I think it means, which means 1 200-foot exemption per parcel?
Ms. McNulty, would you maybe speak to that?
Through the chair, this is Michelle McNulty, the planning director for the municipality. Yes, it is defined in Title 21, and it's referring to the underlying plot when we talk about fragment lot site plans or unit subdivisions, which create multiple smaller tracts within a larger tract. It gets to that question that we had at the CEDC meeting. If we extend this to multiple lots or multiple family, how are we going to calculate it? It's making it clear that it's 200 square feet for the entire development. So if there's 5 units, it's 200 square feet spread throughout that. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. McNulty. You might want to stay up here, because there's a couple more people in the queue. They might be asking for you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to clarify something, and that is the idea of the 4 feet from the street. It's not 4 feet from the street. It's 4 feet from the street-facing facade closest to the street. So one of the things that Ms. Gleason brought up was the idea of maintaining the existing setback requirements. And I just wanted to say that essentially that's what's happening. So that was definitely notable in the comments here. This does not change any of the setback requirements. And I'm getting a nod from Ms. McNulty. So, and then also with that, I was encouraged actually by the Turnagain Community Council's comments, because it means we were kind of like thinking along the same lines, and that's always a good thing when you're already recognizing that you're recognizing what the community is recognizing. So, but I do really appreciate that first comment, the talking about the word encourage. And, you know, in the conversation that we had, we did talk about we want to encourage front porches because we think people will maybe be more likely to meet their neighbors, and having some more of that community contact is always a good thing. But I think for purposes of the ordinance itself, I think they're right in terms of recommending to use the term allow. So I would like to move to amend the language that says encourage, and I'm looking for it. It's the third whereas on line 15, where it says will allow their construction on both new and existing residential developments.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So we now have a motion to amend. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Constant, do you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I'd like to say thank you for the main motion.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, I'd like to get the planning department's opinion about that.
I just want to make it clear that this ordinance isn't allowing front porches. Front porches are already allowed. So by replacing the word encourage with allow, it's not technically correct. This really is encouraging in the fact that it's providing incentive. So I wonder if you want to remove the word encourage, maybe it should...
Maybe incentivize.
Huh?
Incentivize? I think you said.
Incentivize.
I mean...
Okay. If encourage is, if we want to change it, but I just want to make sure we don't use allow, because technically this isn't allowing it, they're already allowed.
No. Right. Okay, will the maker of the amendment and the second agree to swap encourage for the synonym incentivize?
I would agree to that.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay, so the amendment now would change encourage to incentivize. Incentivize their construction. Any more discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, if I may follow up.
Yep,
I did have some discussion as well. I like the idea that we're going to encourage this behavior. In fact, I think it's the appropriate language. It's not, it is allowed, and we are providing an opportunity where someone could get some space, but we're also setting some standards about what a porch could look like, and front porches are just so important. I want to encourage everyone to be, utilizing this as to the extent that they can to do front porches. So I like the positive. I feel like incentivize is too focused on what you're going to get versus kind of what you're already getting. It's not the exchange; it's the wonderful nature of front porches. So I will stop giving my sermon on front porches, but I have a longer one should anyone ever want to hear it. It's about 35 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant.
Just a technical question. We have the word encourage in the title, and I don't think it's our privilege to change the title on the floor.
Yeah, I would recommend that we leave that alone, if at all possible. Right now, the amendment is for the whereas clause.
I guess I'm speaking towards harmony with the language at the top and throughout.
Okay. Speaking against the amendment. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't worth arguing over. It's in the whereas. So if it doesn't work and, people have other reasons for keeping it on there, I'm certainly not going to push this, I mean, it's not a big deal. But anyway, I did think that it was worth understanding, though, about the allow, and I think Ms. McNulty actually answered the reason why it wasn't already used to begin with. So I would be happy to withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Is the second withdraw? A second? I'm getting a thumbs up. That amendment is withdrawn. We are back to the main motion. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Ms. McNulty, a quick question back on the parent lot. In the committee discussions we hadn't quite settled on language, but what we did discuss was the idea of not thinking this to multi-unit housing, multifamily housing, but instead to duplexes, triplexes. And I'm okay with the way it's written. I would assume that just tying it to the parent lot gives some flexibility if there were an opportunity on a multifamily lot, right? What was the theory there? I just want to make sure I'm really clear.
It's just making it very clear. It's more for when an applicant comes in and tries to make an argument that, well, I have a unit lot subdivision and I have 10 residents within there and each one should get the additional 200 square feet. It's making it clear that it's for the entire parent plot, parent parcel, and that the 200 would apply to all the developments. Does that answer your question?
Not thinking of it towards the smaller. That's a really smart application, what you've thought through there. I hadn't gone that way, but what we had talked about is the other way. 50 units on a lot that is multifamily, like real multifamily, not multi-housing types, but multifamily.
And so this would also address where we have multiple structures on one lot, where you may have two 25-unit buildings on one lot. So we're saying it's the parent property, just making it very clear that it's not per development, per building, but right now we're just looking at it per lot. A part of that came out of when we originally were, looking at this. It was on the single family. We don't disagree. We think it's great to extend this to all residential, but we don't want to get. I think if we had more time or had thought about it being with multifamily, we maybe would have a different calculation. I guess my answer would be that in the future, this is the right step in the right direction. And with Assemblywoman Zolotel, we should be encouraging this. We're happy to come back and explore how we can, change the calculations for multifamily in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton.
It's a question for, I guess, our agenda staff. Have there been copies of this as version available for the public? Were they? They were here. When were these? Was this wasn't laid on the table, was it? Was it available Friday? It was laid on the table. So I would suggest to my peers. I don't know that there's a huge timely issue on this, but it is. I'm comfortable with this myself, but I think it does feel somewhat dramatic to go from the whole Planning and Zoning Commission process through our introduction and what was published. We're talking just single-family detached, and now we've opened it up to multifamily, which is, I think, significant enough that I would like to actually postpone or continue the public hearing to our next meeting, at least, to get proper word out. I don't think there's not a time issue here. So that's a motion to postpone or continue the public hearing to March 10?
I guess
February 25.
Reopen the public hearing and continue.
Reopen. Okay, thank you.
Second.
So we need two motions. We need a motion to reopen the public hearing and a second for that. We'll vote on that, and then we can move to continue it.
Okay. So move to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to reopening the public hearing? Any opposition? All right, so public hearing is reopened. Do we have another motion?
Move to continue the public hearing to February 25th.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on continuing the public hearing? Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I don't oppose continuing this, but I would rather it be to March 10th so that we can have the community council rounds to bring this up and discuss it with our community councils. It would be something, if we're going to postpone and we're going to see if there's any concerns about the changes, that I would bring up in my reports for the next month.
I'm comfortable with that. Sure.
Okay. So do you amend your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to postpone it to March 10th.
Who was the second on that?
It's fine.
Okay. So So it's now a motion to extend to March 10th. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to speak in favor of the motion. I think this makes sense if you look historically at what we've done with S versions that have been laid on the table. We have traditionally postponed them to allow the public more of a chance to weigh in, so I'll be voting in support.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Okay, please vote on the motion to continue public hearing until March 10th. I don't think we're going to be able to get up on the screen, but that passes unanimously. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just before we dive into alcohol, I'd like to ask for a 5-minute break and go take care of some stuff.
We'll take a 5-minute break right now, and we'll come back in to discuss alcohol issues. If members could please take their seats. I'd like to note for the record that Mr. Dyson has been excused for the remainder of the evening. Where's the... The next items on the agenda involve applications for liquor or marijuana licenses and/or special land use permits for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. The next item is 14T, Resolution number AR 2020-33, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 629 for La Cabana Mexican Restaurant, Incorporated, doing business as La Cabana Mexican Restaurant. John, can I get that?
Waive reading.
Thank you. All right. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just a clarifying question for the clerk's office. The applicant had raised concerns about this delegation, but I continue to assure them that the delegation allows them to continue operating their restaurant on the bottom floor and to continue to resolve the issues with the second floor. Can we confirm that for them so they don't feel afraid?
Can you, Miss? Sorry.
Through the chair, that is our understanding as well.
Right. Thank you. So you'll be fine once this is passed to operate downstairs and continue to resolve the question of occupancy upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing.
Yeah, one last thing.
Yep.
I would probably be excommunicated from the downtown district if this didn't pass, so please help me.
Oh, really?
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
My name.
That's right. Please vote on this item. That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14U, resolution number AR 2020-43, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5880 and restaurant designation permit for Benendez Incorporated, doing business as Pizza Man, located at 16410.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Your colleague from South Anchorage is a little more. I need to train you up like Miss LaFrance. Okay, so public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, who is that? Moved by Mr. Constant. Who is the second? Ms. Kennedy. Okay. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, please vote on this item. Mr. Perez-Revilla? That item passes 10-0. We are now on item number 14V, resolution number AR 2020-44, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska application for the renewal of package store liquor license number 4669 for Walmart Incorporated, doing business as Walmart Supercenter 2070, located at 3101 A Street, Anchorage, AK 99503, and authorized. Thank you. Public testimony is now open.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter with the Midtown Community Council.
Mr. Potter, are you speaking on behalf of the council tonight?
I am speaking on behalf of myself and the council tonight, but I'll just use 3 minutes.
Okay.
I see embedding with everybody. I wanted to go on the record, as you see in the correspondence in the package that the clerk's office put together, following our initial discussion with Walmart and their management. They've been very proactive. They've really stepped up. We believe that they're going to be a very effective and helpful party in our community council. They have committed in writing to address the issues that we had brought up. We've had very formative discussions, so I believe, in fact, that their commitment is true and real. And on that basis, as our communication indicated, we would be very supportive of passing the proposed amendment that would eliminate the 3 clauses or restrictions. And we would support that fully, that you act to approve that and renew the license that Walmart has asked for. Thank you. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. I don't see any questions. Okay. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing no one? Public testimony is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera, could you explain the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is exactly what Mr. Potter just explained. It removes the conditions that were in the original draft version of this and replaces it with the agreement reached between Walmart and the Midtown Community Council.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any further discussion on this amendment? Not seeing any. Please vote on the amendment. That amendment passes 10-0. We are now back to the main motion. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Please vote on the main motion. The item passes 10-0. Thank you, Mr. Potter. We are now at item 14W, resolution number AR 2020-47, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska application for the transfer of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 4354 for CP Anchorage 5 LLC, doing business as Homewood Suites Anchorage. And thank you very much for lining up with the blue line there. If anyone else would like to testify on these items, please line up there. Oh, my fault. So,
waive reading. Can we combine public hearing?
No, I've been advised not to combine public hearing on these items. If public testimony is now open.
Chair, Assembly, Mayor. My name is Audrey Saylor. I'm the recording secretary for Unite Here, Local 878, which represents the workers in the hospitality industry in Alaska. I'm here to encourage the Assembly to vote against both liquor license transfers for Columbia Sussex's property, the Homewood Suites and the Hilton Garden Inn. Under the municipality's ordinance, the Assembly may consider whether an applicant for a liquor license has, quote, engaged in a pattern of practices injurious to public health and safety, which place the public health and safety at risk, end quote. Columbia Sussex record on public health and public safety in Anchorage and nationwide should prevent your approval. In Anchorage, Columbia Sussex subsidiaries already have 2 liquor licenses, one at the Hilton, one at the Marriott. Since 2008, these 2 hotels have had 6 violations for serving alcohol to minors. These occurred in 2014, 2013, 2010, 2009, and 2008. But serving alcohol to minors is not the only time that the Hilton or the Marriott has failed to live up to its obligations to protect public health and safety in Anchorage. The Hilton has been repeatedly cited by AK OSHA for worker health and safety violations. This occurred twice in 2019, once each year, 2017, 2015, 2014, and 2009. These inspections have encompassed 13 separate AK OSHA citations, encompassing some 52 different violations of health and safety law. What's more, AK OSHA classified several of these violations as, quote, serious violations, end quote. That means under the law that the violation created a, quote, substantial probability of death or serious physical harm, end quote, to workers. Of course, workers are members of the public also. Exposing workers to a substantial probability of death or serious physical harm is not just a serious occupational safety problem, it's a serious public safety problem. But that's not all. The municipality's Environmental Health Services Department recorded 7 food safety violations at the Marriott in 2019, 2 food safety violations at the Hilton in 2017. For example, in March 2019, an inspector found that employees were not aware they were required by law to report to management if they have suffered symptoms such as vomiting, diarrhea, jaundice, sore throat with a fever, or lesions. Also, the inspector found cooked shrimp, cooked ham, cooked chicken, clam chowder that was dated for discard prior to the inspection. But those items had not been discarded by the date of the inspection. The inspector also observed kitchen equipment, such as a can opener with food debris and filth. What's more, each of the violations that I just described by the inspector are repeat violations. Columbia Sussex subsidiaries have had problems outside of Anchorage also. Most notably, Columbia Sussex subsidiary lost a gaming license for the Tropicana Atlantic City Casino in New Jersey in 2007. The New Jersey court reviewing the license denial noted a, quote, cleanliness crisis, end quote, at the casino. It upheld findings by the New Jersey Casino Gaming Control Commission that the Columbia Sussex that operated the casino demonstrated a lack of good character, honesty and integrity, and lacked financial integrity and responsibility. Among the violations that led to the denial of the license was the failure to maintain an independent audit committee and failure to meet regulatory requirements related to staffing of security.
Ms. Saylor, I'm sorry, your time's expired. Does anyone have a question for this? Okay.
Sorry, I mean to go on.
No, it's
I
okay.
gave you guys all backup proof of what I just
Yeah,
read
we
to you
have
also.
a number of, we've got a number of documents from you and from the person testifying after you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Saylor.
you.
Oh, did you have a, I'm sorry, Ms. Saylor. If you come back up, we have a question from Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. I appreciate the information you emailed and reviewed. It's been interesting. So I think, so we got a bunch of stuff this evening, but I think is from a different viewpoint. But it said it's with the ones that we're looking at, Homewood Suites and Hilton Garden. Neither of these properties are owned or operated by Columbia Sussex.
They were just bought by them.
Just recently.
Mm-hmm.
So, and, okay, and, but
CP Anchorage 5 is Columbia Sussex.
Okay. The separate company.
Yeah.
So CP is the company that
Yes.
owns Hilton that you're.
The Hilton, I think, is CP2. The Marriott, CP1. I believe that's how they're licensed.
Okay. So with the, okay, so the ones that we're dealing with, the Homewood Suites and Hilton Garden Inn, you haven't really, I mean, that's different owners and there's a transfer here and the
Yeah.
previous owners you didn't have any issues with?
No.
They were run okay. So it's just, you're worried about this operator?
Yes.
In their case, okay. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's the only question, Ms.
Okay,
Saylor. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to testify? Oh, please go ahead.
Please. My name is Renee Sadi, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of the 2 properties at issue, CP Anchorage 4 LLC, as well as CP Anchorage 5 LLC. I am an attorney practicing law. I've been an attorney for 20 years. I am also a resident of Anchorage, have been living here for 10 years, 7 years in East Anchorage, and 3 years now in West Anchorage. And I'm joined by Stacy Stone, who also serves as legal counsel for the 2 entities. Ms. Stone is here today to answer any questions about the process of the liquor license transfer application. I am also joined here today with a number of employees from these 2 properties, the Homewood Suites as well as the Hilton Garden Inn, and I think all of them here will have their own individual perspective and are happy to testify as well if time permits. However, before I turn to some of the allegations that were just shared with you, I do think it's very important that you understand why we're here today. I'm here before you to request that the Assembly actually look at the legal criteria that applies to liquor license transfers and to consider only the factors that are set forth in the municipal code that you can consider. And I've provided handouts this evening to the Assembly. You should have 3 handouts. One is an information fact sheet on the Homewood Suites Anchorage property. One is a fact sheet on the Hilton Garden Inn property. And then the third handout you will see outlines the factors that you can consider as the governing body. When you look at the factors to consider that are outlined in the handout, you will see that you're dealing here with a beverage dispensary tourism license. This is a liquor license that's intended to foster tourism, that's intended to encourage economic development in our community. Both hotels meet the criteria for the tourism liquor license. And in fact, after a thorough vetting, AMCO approved the transfer of both licenses at its January 21st, 22nd meeting. Now, on that 21st of January, the municipality's clerk's office did receive a memo from Unite Here, which is the international arm of a local union. That memo, which I know is part of the record from the January 28th meeting, where these conditional protests were lodged, is drafted by a Levi Pine. Now, Mr. Pine is not a resident of Anchorage. He's not even a resident of Alaska. He's not before you today asserting any public safety or public health concerns that he has about the 2 Anchorage properties that are currently before the municipality. If you review the materials, it will show that neither of the properties are owned or operated by Columbia Sussex. There is no entity known as Columbia Sussex. These 2 properties, along with Anchorage Marriott and Anchorage Hilton, receive management services from an entity known as Columbia Sussex Management.
Ask her a question.
Ms. Sadi, we have a question from you from Mr. Constant.
Thank you.
I'm happy to hear your ongoing points. Normally, I think we would hear these from the petitioner after we close the public hearing, though. And so where we would have them and give them 5 minutes of time or whatever that number is. But I also, I'll let you continue with your talk, but I do have 2 questions. One is, are you aware, that's 2 questions. Are you aware of the Black Angus Inn?
Am I aware of that facility? Yes.
So the Black Angus Inn operated until last year a tourism license. Is that the kind of facility that is promoting tourism in Alaska?
Mr. Constant, in that particular instance, I believe the Black Angus Inn had a long history of public and health safety violations.
Right.
Nothing before you today indicates that either the Homewood Suites or the Hilton Garden Inn has a long history of health and safety violations. I do have serious concerns about the manner in which the materials have been submitted to the Assembly, the way that they've been considered by the Assembly. I have objections that I have not yet waived on behalf of my client. I raised the failure to provide 10 days notice at January 28th hearing. I also have concerns that there's been some violations about the ex parte communication rule that's
in alcohol
required.
licenses, they actually don't apply. You might have heard him read that to you when he testified. So now I'm going to turn to the question of the special land use permit. Have you secured a special land use permit for this site?
My understanding is that there's been a conditional permit in place for the use of the liquor license. Is that what you're asking?
You mean a conditional use permit? Because I think we're now using a different language. So you are asserting that the municipality doesn't essentially have a right to interfere with your right or your customer, your client's right to operate.
No.
Because they meet the standards.
No.
And so, but the municipality has a second tool, which is the special land use permit. I'm just curious if you know if your client has completed the process to achieve a special land use permit under the municipal code.
I think, Mr. Constant, you need to be more clear in what you're asking me, because I believe that there is no special permit required for the tourism license.
Is that true, Mr. Schutte? You don't know the clerk's office. Is anyone, Dean? Is there no special land use permit for a tourism license?
No, not specific to tourism for the special land use permit, but I would also mention the special land use permit isn't before us tonight.
So, Mr. Gates, quickly, my question, though, was, is a special land use permit granted for this use, or, as has been suggested, is it required for this use?
You need a special land use permit for any retail sales of alcohol. And so there is probably one already existing for these sites. I have not checked that or verified, but these facilities have been in place for a long time, as I understand it. And if they didn't have one, I imagine that would have been flagged a long time ago.
And if I may, these properties have been in operation, had liquor license since, I think, 1990 for one of them, 2000 for the other. They've been in existence for a long time. These are not properties with the long history such as the Black Angus, so I strongly object to the characterization or suggestion that they're similar in nature. Neither is the Anchorage Hilton or the Anchorage Marriott similar to the Black Angus. In fact, if this was truly a public policy concern or a public health and safety concern, I would urge you to ask the question, why did Unite Here not lodge any objection to the renewal of the liquor license for the Solstice Cafe, which was on your consent agenda at item 9D, I think it was 9D, apologize, I have to find my notes, but it's on your consent agenda for the Solstice Cafe. There was no objection lodged by the union, even though the Solstice had a major violation, AMCO, the only record of a notice of violation by AMCO in March of 2017. So if there was truly a concern, then you would see Unite Here before you for every renewal license, for every property that they have workers working in. But that's not what you have here today. You have Unite Here engaged in a systematic effort to try to boycott the Anchorage Hilton, which is an affiliate of the two properties that are before you for the liquor license transfer. And they've unfortunately abused the process here, and one of the members of the Assembly haven't allowed them to do that by improperly bringing before you a conditional protest, which I don't see any legal basis for a conditional protest to be proposed without the 10-day notice period. That notice period requirement is not cured by setting it up for hearing today. We also believe, I've heard from one of the Assembly members that he did not understand that the ex parte communication rule is in effect, but in fact it is. And in fact, Chair Dunbar did mention at the onset that these matters do have the ex parte communication. In fact, under AMC 23120 subsection 8, it says once a protest has been filed, you cannot have ex parte communication. I feel as though the questions that are being posed today so far suggest that there has been some communication with the union prior to today's meeting.
Mr. Gates, just a point of order. Is it true, as she's reading it, that we cannot have ex parte contact with liquor license questions?
Excuse me. No, I think I disagree with her. That subsection she quotes says the ex parte rule does not apply until your action is finished, and this goes to the ABC board. The ex parte restriction then applies to this body makes a recommendation to protest or not. It's the ABC board that has the actual decision for the right to transfer the license or not. So that's why there's that exception in place in code.
Thank you. I'm going to finish my line of questions here with just suggesting that there is one thing that's the same as the Black Angus and your hotels, and that is the tourism license. And so it's a fair characterization. And with that, I will just say you represent your clients well. I hope you charge them a lot of money.
Mr. Constant. Thank you for the compliment, but I don't charge my clients too much.
Mr. Welton, you have a question?
I guess so I think you've given us this that says factors to consider on top, and then these little summaries of the two hotels. Thanks.
Yes.
And you list the factors we consider, which is helpful, and a lot of it is just very clear cut. But then we get into public safety and public health, which are pretty broad, and it's kind of our job to deal with that very vague notion. So things that we got, which was voluminous from Unite. Kind of speak to, and it's a little, CP or Columbia Sussex, I call it gets a little convoluted, but it's reasonable for us to go, whoa, 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 something's a little different here.
Well, if I may address that.
Please.
So the key thing to keep in mind is that the regulation and their code provides that your review be specific to the operator. It also provides that your review be specific to the licensed premises. The 2 licensed premises here are Homewood Suites, Anchorage, and Hilton Garden Inns. There's nothing in the Unite Here submission that speaks to either of those properties. The only limited items that speak to properties here in the municipality of Anchorage relate to the Marriott and the Hilton. And despite the voluminous submission by Unite Here, the only recent violation that's been referenced that relates to the service of alcohol is one small violation that happened at the Marriott. And I have representatives from the Marriott here today who could speak to what happened there, but in short, it was one bartender who served someone underage. That bartender was immediately terminated. That's exactly what you want from a proprietor, an immediate cure action. They're not allowing any excuses, any room for problems, and that was in 2008, I believe. So it is some time ago. You have, like I mentioned, an earlier property that renewed its license who had a violation in March of 2017, but we saw no objection here. All of the servers at all of the properties in Anchorage that have any affiliation whatsoever with any Columbia Sussex managed property, they go through TIPS training, they have their TAM cards. ABC was actually at the Hilton Garden Inn last night, found no violations. So these properties are run efficiently, they're run well. The 5 properties that are being managed by any Columbia Sussex related affiliate are contributing significantly to this community. There's over $230 million of expenditures and capital investments that have occurred since they took over management of any of these properties. They employ over 350 employees. They have over 1,000 rooms. They rented to over 500,000 guests in the past 3 years. There is no question that they are running their businesses responsibly. When you have a building such as the Anchorage Hilton that has over 600 rooms and serves, thousands upon thousands of people. I mean, they rent over 12,000 rooms every month. You are going to have some violations. The key thing is, what do they do when they get those violations? They're responsive, they cure, they're taking care of it. They are not repeat violations that are endangering the health and safety of the community. If you take away these transfers, if you do not allow these transfers to occur, the only people that is going to hurt are the workers at the 2 properties at issue here, because they're going to lose the tips. They're going to lose the guest occupancy. You can tell from the handouts that I gave you that they're not serving liquor 24 hours a day. Like, they're not serving it on a regular basis like the Black Angus. That's not their business model. Here, one property only allows a 2 drink per guest per evening limit. It's already restricted. The other one is only per certain events that they allow the consumption of alcohol. In all instances, they're checking IDs, they're handling it responsibly. There's no pattern and practice here, which is the only thing that you can look at. You cannot, if you are going to change your parameters of how you're going to look at these licenses, then I encourage you that any time a property owner comes before you to ask for a liquor license, then you're going to have to look at all of their affiliates, all of their brands. Like if let's say Applebee's was in front of you, are you going to look at all the violations about Applebee's throughout the United States? No, that's not how your business, that's not your purview, that's not how businesses are run, and that would be a complete standstill on your economic economy here. We're here to encourage businesses to invest in Anchorage, and that's exactly what the 2 owners did when they purchased these properties in October of 2019. They've been serving alcohol since October in 2019, not one violation since then.
Thank you, Ms. Saad. We need to move on. We have a question from, I'm sorry. We have a quick follow-up from Mr. Weddleton, and we have Ms. Salatel in the queue.
Okay, I'll try to phrase this as a yes-no. I guess I misunderstood. You said neither of these properties are owned or operated, reading your thing, by Columbia Sussex One's CP Anchorage 4, another CP Anchorage 5. But I think in your discussion you said they are under that umbrella, so they are basically Columbia Sussex.
No.
By your own testimony just now.
If I can explain, each property has its own general manager. Each property has its own staff.
Okay, can I stop you there? So going by that kind of reasoning, if we had a bad operator, not you, someone, say there's a really bad operator, Black Angus, and we don't want more of that. So they open a black something else, number one. And number two, same person, same everything. We have to ignore their history that they've kind of shown they can't operate well. I can't do that, I guess I should say. If I see the same company has subsidiaries, it does count to me.
I think you have to look where the buck stops. And I would ask the people who are employed by either employed by the Anchorage Marriott to stand up, the people who are employed by Anchorage Hilton to stand up, the people who are employed by the two properties in Midtown to stand up. I think all of them are here. They're long-term employees. You'll hear from them that they've worked for one or more of the properties for a long time, some people over 10 years. They take health and safety seriously. When you're doing this volume of business, there's going to be some people who slip through the cracks. There's going to be some mistakes made, but you're not seeing this egregious pattern in practice. If you looked at any of the consent agenda and asked these same questions of any of the operators, they're going to have some violations or some health safety code. The key thing is there a problem? And if you are specifically thinking about the Anchorage Hilton, because that's the only thing that the Unite Here can actually look to and raise to you about, it's important for you to understand the underlying reason and goal for Unite Here. Unite Here has had a labor dispute with the Anchorage Hilton for 10 years. The reason why they're here is because in 2018, some employees at Anchorage Hilton filed a petition with the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, to try to decertify the union. In order to block a vote to get rid of the union, the Unite Here has to continually file complaints, unfair labor practices. They have to call agencies to come out and find violations. The only reason why OSHA is coming out to Anchorage Hilton so frequently, more frequently than most properties in this city, is because Unite Here and their members are calling them out to come get there. So you have to look at the statistics of what we're dealing with. They have 600 rooms. They've undergone a huge renovation. They spent tens of millions of dollars on a renovation. The hotel is now essentially brand new in the guest rooms. I think you can't compare what happened pre-remodel to what's happened now. They're responsive. They're working hard. All of these, I think, members of your Anchorage community would stand up here and attest that they take these matters seriously.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, you have a question?
I have a few, Mr. Chair. Are we just do you just want to get through all the questions now? We've gone down this road so far.
Well, yeah, we have her standing right here. Let's do that now, and then we'll get through the rest of public testimony. But if you have questions for the particular testifier.
I do, yes. Thank you. Thank you for being here. So on the question of who is the operator, I've looked through the transfer license applications, and while the licensees have different names and do business as different names, the designee or the designated licensee is the same individual, and the email is at Columbia Sussex. So isn't that the same operator?
There is no entity known as Columbia Sussex. There are many entities with that same trade name, Columbia Sussex. There's Columbia Sussex Management, and they provide management services to the different properties.
I can reframe my question. They both have the designated licensee of Thomas Leroy Drake. So that's the same operator for the two entities?
I don't believe operator is the appropriate term. He is affiliated with the license application.
He is on the application as the designated licensee.
Licensee is separate than operator. The operator would be the entity that's receiving the license, is my understanding.
And then back to Mr. Constance's question. I'm not fully clear here. So I appreciate that it's a beverage dispensary tourism license, but in reading through your factors to consider, it seems to talk about tourism, and tourism is important. But are you saying also the inverse, that we shouldn't consider what happens to non-tourism related issues, or could happen? I mean, are you saying that our sole focus is your argument, or your position, that our sole focus needs to be within the parameters of tourism?
No, my suggestion is that you should be looking at this as these licenses, they're tangential to the actual business. I mean, in terms of their primary goal is to host guests to the city. They serve alcohol as a service to those guests. Okay. They're not a package store. They're not selling liquor. This is a low risk in terms of where there could be violations.
I have a follow-up on that,
let me, if I may finish.
You framed, okay, so.
No, I think also to the key thing.
Excuse me, please.
Well,
I would like to finish just a second, because you've answered the initial question, so I see how you're framing it. Thank you. And so is it your view then that when we go through and look at the criteria in the petitional conditional protest, that we need to put that lens on, that the business, that the beverage dispensary tourism license is a tangential part of the business?
What I'm asking you to do is to look at the criteria, which if I may take you through it, I can answer those questions, and I don't believe any of it says, the one that's relevant is what is the scope, concentration and land use.
No, we're talking about different criteria.
No, I believe the criteria for a protest is, one of them is concentration and land use. And the fact that this is a tourism license applies to that criteria.
No, the criteria here, the review of application, are choices as we consider this license. I'm asking, as we look at those boxes and we consider what's there, are you wanting me to think about those in terms of the fact that the alcohol license for this facility is only a tangential or small part of the facility's operations?
I wouldn't frame it in that way. I think when you look at page 2 of the resolutions, where you say there's boxes, you'll see that the first box says concentration and land use. You need to ask yourself, will the transfer of this license negatively impact the community through an increase in the concentrated use of alcohol? And I'm telling you, it will not. The same amount of alcohol will continue to be used at those properties that have been for over a decade, for 2 decades for one of the property, for almost 2 decades for the other. They're not increasing the amount of use of alcohol at either property once you get this.
Thank you. I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're going to move on. Do you have
one last quick thing. I went to columbiasussex.com, and maybe it's just a common sense interpretation, but all of these properties are listed on their website.
Because they're all managed, they receive management services from these properties, as well as 40 other properties throughout the United States and internationally.
It just goes to trying to understand what you're saying and what it actually means. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Saad. We're going to continue with other people's public testimony.
Of course. Thank you for your time and consideration.
You can still be called on during discussion, though.
Sure.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Stacy Stone. I'm also an attorney at Holmes, Whittle & Barcott here in Anchorage. I represent CP Anchorage 5 LLC with regard to the alcohol issue. There's been questions posed tonight about how this is similar or dissimilar from the Black Angus Inn. In late 2017, the Black Angus Inn, it was reported by the Anchorage Fire Department that Fire Station 1, 28% of the calls that came into Fire Station 1 pertained to the Black Angus Inn. Assemblymember Constant recorded that this would be essentially a farce to have tourists stay here where there's cockroaches and things on the wall. I don't disagree. That's not the situation we have here. We have a handful of license issues that have been immediately addressed and appropriate remedial action taken. In the instance of a liquor license, I'm not sure how many of you are aware about how the process works when someone wants to transfer a liquor license. It's a collaborative process, not done in isolation. When an entity in the state of Alaska wishes to go about doing something such as transfer a liquor license, they work on the paperwork. The packet, which many of you have probably seen and reviewed, is sent to the staff at the local Alcohol Marijuana Control Office. And the Alcohol Marijuana Control Office contains some of the utmost professionals within the state of Alaska, in my opinion. They're very helpful. If any of you had to ever call to ask, has this hotel ever been sanctioned? Have they ever received a license action? They will be able to respond to you in a matter of minutes. And indeed, that's where much of the information came tonight. For instance, the information about the Solstice Cafe, that was my office personally that contacted AMCO to ensure that we had the most up-to-date information with regard to any license actions that happened on our properties or on similar properties in the city of Anchorage. Unfortunately, everyone is fallible and mistakes happen, and the important thing is how you recover from those mistakes. Every instance that's been addressed has been immediately corrected. In this instance, it would be inappropriate to treat similar entities in a dissimilar way, especially when there's been licensure issues. So looking at the public safety concerns, yes, you need to weigh those public safety concerns. You need to take them very seriously. You need to take these allegations seriously that have been posed by this union group. However, we would allege that when you look at this and you look at this collaborative process that AMCO's gone through, where they've kicked the license application back to say, that's not good enough, that's not what we want in the state of Alaska, we're not going to recommend it until X, Y, and Z are met. And that's, like I said, that's a process. And then we work with the municipality, because we work with the municipality to make sure, are all the taxes paid? Are all the debts paid? Is this a good entity? Is this a good business within the municipality of Anchorage? Finally, I would just comment with regard to the Black Angus again. It was the Alcohol Beverage Control Board itself that directed Erica McConnell, who was the then director, to go look at these tourism licenses, because there were several issues, such as the Black Angus Inn. So it was by motion of the board on its own effort to go about doing this. These licenses have been in play for several years, as has been mentioned. There's been no violations on these properties, and therefore it would be I think it would behoove the municipality to not protest this license and allow the transfer to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, would anyone else like to testify?
My name is Charles Sutton. I'm Director of Security and Safety for the Anchorage Hilton. I am speaking for myself, and I'd like to apologize before, because I never went to anything like this. I don't know terminology. I don't know how to speak or whatever. So if I don't do it correctly, I apologize. And I just came to listen, but I heard things, and it kind of upset me. And it upset me because I've been with the Anchorage Hilton for 5 years. And I'm a homeowner for 7 years. Paid my taxes and everything. And none against you, sir, anyone to compare us to the Black Angus Inn, I got kind of upset. The Anchorage Hilton is a business that's a good business. As far as liquor, one of our policies is if a guest goes to our lounge and wants to take a drink to the room, the waiter has to take it on the tray and transport the alcohol to the elevator. I'm responsible for any individuals go in our hotel that don't belong in our hotel. And if you know 3rd Avenue, the type of individuals I'm talking about, we have gotten alcoholics out of our bathrooms. We have gotten people out of our garages. But in the 5 years I've been there, we have had one incident in our bar. And that was taken care of. My people, security at my hotel is trained. We walk the floors, we watch the bar. I know the waiters and waitresses have their TAPS card. I don't know nothing about that either, but I do know they get training from my people how to handle people of underage, how to handle people intoxicated. There's been one incident where a bartender might have overserved a customer. We wasn't sure if he came there drunk or whatever, but served a drink, and that employee was reprimanded immediately. And all the incidents I heard somebody say back here, 2004, 2008, I have no idea about that. I started in 2015. Some casino over on the other side of the bridge, I have no idea about that. I can only speak for the people in this room that I have worked with for 5 years, how we handle business. And like I said, I don't know how all that, but we don't play. And the 3 properties that we got, I have been there myself and gave training on how to handle incidents. And they are being trained constant because they are new. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have one question from Mr. Constant.
Actually, 2 very brief questions, or one question, a comment.
I'm sorry.
How do you spell your last name?
Oh, S-E-L-D-O-N.
S-E-L-D-O-N?
S-E-L-D-O-N, Selden.
Selden, thank you. And I just want to say thank you for participating in your government by speaking for the first time.
Thank you. To let you know, I'm a retired veteran. And I wouldn't work for a company that I didn't think deserved to be worked for. And I don't know if you can tell, but I'm very serious. I don't. And the war that they having with this other people over here, and I've been told for 5 years to be quiet, be quiet. And I've seen things on TV that I felt was wrong. And I came here tonight because I'm very tired of these people making where I work like it's the worst place on earth. Yes, we have problems. We have bad employees. We have good employees. But where I work, Hilton, and I have worked at Marriott, and the general managers of those 2, I've worked for 4 general managers. And I've seen nothing but fairness, and I don't know how to explain it. And those people, I'm not allowed to say what organization they're in. I'm told a long time ago. They say things that's not true. And I can't understand. And like I said, I voted first time in 63 years last year. 2016 I lost. But anyhow, I don't understand how they get away with saying things that's not true. And what happened in 2008, 2009, 2014, I have no idea what that has to do with what we're doing today. It's different people, different manager.
Thank you, sir. All right, would anyone else like to testify? Please state your name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Akkaya. I have been working at the Homewood Suites and Hilton Garden Inn since October 3rd. I am currently the task force general manager. I am helping the transition. I want to tell everyone here that since the first day I have started working there, we have not broken any laws, a policy. We have trained our associates for serving alcohol. We have made sure that everybody has their certification. In fact, if we have seen an employee that has a certification expired, we had to take them off the schedule until they bring us the certificate. The ABC was at the Hilton Garden Inn last night, and he couldn't find any violations. I have worked at the Marriott, Hilton Anchorage Downtown, Hampton Inn, Homewood Suites, Hilton Garden Inn. Before that, I worked for Renaissance Hotels, Marriott chains, Hilton chains. I have worked with different hotel management companies like Columbia Sussex. But I haven't seen one management company or one brand that is as strict as Columbia Sussex when it comes to being in compliance with all the health codes, OSHA regulations, ABC codes. If there is something wrong, if an employee acts on his or her behalf, violates the policy, or serves alcohol to an underage, they are acting on their behalf because we provide the training to them. However, still, if that is found, we take immediate action. We have terminated employees in the past because they served underage. We have made sure that we provided additional training. In fact, I was a director of operations at the Hilton Anchorage back in 2014. One of the incidents happened back then. It was my 4th day at work. I had to submit an action plan to ABC about what we are going to do regarding the violation that was submitted. That's all I want to say. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But I want to say that the picture that is being painted here against any of these properties or the management company that is called Columbia Sussex is one side of the story. I have known many, many people throughout the years, including everyone here today. We love our company. We love working for Columbia Sussex. I came to this country in 1999 from Turkey. They have given me the opportunity to work and train at Savannah Marriott Riverfront in Georgia. Since then, I have been working at the hotels. Thank you.
Thank you. Well timed. Would anyone else like to testify?
I have a question for him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Zalatel. Sir, could you come back? Ms. Zalatel has a question for you.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. You said you work for Columbia Sussex?
Correct, because I'm a task force general manager. I work for the Columbia Sussex Management.
What is Columbia Sussex?
Columbia Sussex manages the 5 hotels here in Anchorage, and like Renee mentioned, another 44 in the state. I work for the Columbia Sussex Management. I am here as task force to help the transition of those hotels from the previous owner to the new establishment.
Okay, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Hold on, I've torn my packet apart. I apologize, that's my fault. One quick second. I want to ask you if you then work for, I'm trying to get a handle on who the operator is here. So do you work for William Jong Young III?
William Young is, as far as I know, the owner, one of the owners of Columbia Sussex Management Company. Okay. He is one of the high executives.
Okay, how about Christopher John Ballard?
Chris Ballard is also working at the Columbia Sussex Management.
Okay, and Thomas Leroy Drake?
Same.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Sure. I just want to clarify one thing. I know you keep going back to Columbia Sussex versus these hotels. Renee tried to explain, but you didn't allow her to. Every single hotel that Columbia Sussex is managing is managed separately. It has its own executive management team. It has its own employees, accounts, and everything is done separately. So we have to evaluate these properties separate from each other. Hilton Garden Inn and Homewood Suites has nothing to do with any of the other properties mentioned over here. So we just want to go back to work and continue our lives and make sure that we provide to our employees and their families.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify?
Mr. Chair, quick question as well.
Yeah,
Sir,
Constant.
I just have to follow up on what I heard here. At once you say these properties are all independently managed. They have all of their own business. But then the second side of the story is they're all managed by the same people. And so is this just an opportunity to shift responsibility? As Mr. Weddleton said, we don't have the luxury to see them as independent units if, in fact, they all flow together at one branch on a tree. Isn't it? I mean, which is it? It's hard to be both.
I understand that. And I'm not sure if I'm the right person to answer that question. I don't know the legality
Fair enough.
of it.
You're not one of their attorneys. Thank you. We can get back to that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to testify?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Holgrimson, and first of all, thank you for your time. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear all of us this evening. So I'm currently the assistant GM for the Hilton Garden Inn, but I've also worked for the Marriott Downtown for 8 years prior to that. And in that time, I've always seen our company handle alcohol serving safely. We always have regulations in place. And in fact, I was the one that met with the inspector from the alcohol board yesterday at the Hilton Garden Inn and provided him with all of our employees' taps cards and tips cards and explaining to him that, in addition to one of those certifications is acceptable, for us to be in compliance. But our company goes so far as to make sure all of our associates have both of them. They have their tips cards, they have their taps cards, and in fact, I personally will be certified at the end of February as a tips trainer in order to oversee everybody's alcohol certifications. So I'll be doing quite a bit of that. But in my time all the way at the Marriott, our company has taken me from a hostess in 2012 in the breakfast restaurant at the Marriott and taken me up every single step. I did my hospitality degree here at UAA, and they were able to help me to learn all of the things that I was studying in school firsthand. I worked in food and beverage when I was learning about food and beverage. I worked in the sales office when I was learning sales and marketing. They've done nothing but hold my hand and help me to become a hotel professional and also to help develop my passion in the industry. I've worked for numerous businesses around town, and I've never worked for a company that I felt as passionate about as the one that I work for now. So I strongly urge you to see that a lot of these claims are unfounded. You know, we care about our employees' safety. If we didn't care about our employees and about our business, we wouldn't all be here. You know, we want you to see our faces and see how passionate we are. And I really just hope that you would look at that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to testify? Sir, you, okay. Anyone else?
Okay. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more like the public interest. I have a question. You may not be willing to answer it, but it's logical. That's 14W. Are you hearing 14W now, or are you hearing 14W and 14X? What's the story? Well, silence is not good, because with all due respect, you should. I see the ownership on 14W and 14X, the same ownership. If you look at both documents, is you're really dealing with the same owners, okay? With all due respect. It would have been nice and courteous for you the question was answered to the public, because if you're hearing from both items, then that would have been 6 minutes per person, not 3 minutes. But you're dealing with both owners, and with due respect, the last thing I'll point out is this. Both documents indicate for reading February 11th, 2020. Today is February 11th. Now, the argument has been said that, resolutions you can fast track. You can go straight on, put it on the agenda, and have a public hearing, resolutions. Thank God the bill does not do that kind of thing out in the valley. You have introduction for resolutions too, and you have a public hearing in the next meeting. So with all due respect, the failure to bring this out with fairness, how do you connect with the community councils? Now, I want to stress this thing. I'm not here to say this application should be canceled or not. I look at process. And how can you honestly say to yourselves, this is a fair chance to connect with the community councils, and which community councils needed to be involved with this and had a time and so forth. By this opportunity, they can't. So with all due respect, you need to do what we do, but then there is a time frame with the state and all that, and they need to hear from you. But you honestly need to hear from the people, the public. And is this fair chance for anyone, those who are applicants or those who are non-applicants, a chance to address the issue before you? And it was very rude for the question not being answered to identify whether this was 14W or 14X. That should have been answered, because if it is, because we're talking about the same owners, it has a connection, with all due respect. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
Just to say very briefly, you heard that this was just brought in front of us today with no time for people to look at it. We actually brought it forward 2 weeks ago so that people would have a chance to read it and understand it and respond to it. It sounds like good public process to me. And we're on 14W if anyone else is confused. It's right up there. Well, this is an interesting one. I hope that we are not confined to only looking at the specific ownership of any particular operation, and we are not allowed to look at the overall management umbrella or whatever you want to call it for records of operation. We would not be doing our job in that case. Now, in this case, I don't know that that's such an issue. I think I'm somewhat compelled. They haven't had issues in the last few years. They seem to deal with it well. Probably, my experience, very well run. But I got to say, I'm not compelled by CP 1, 2, 3, and 4 being totally independent. We're told they are, but then we're also told at the same time that they're not. And in our experience, that's like a sly trick to spread the risk, and that's, tell you, I was comfortable, and I'm less comfortable now seeing that aspect of their argument. So anyway, but I do recommend approval. That we don't protest this license.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. So I'm getting stuck, particularly if we are considering or we want to talk about public health and public safety. In the resolution in particular, the language throughout is all about the applicant. I have no question about who the applicant is here, but the operator, I can't seem to put my finger on. And I don't know if that's different legally. I don't know. And I'm having a hard time reconciling that. And I think before I will be comfortable voting on this license or the license in 14X, I need to know that, because I think some of the issues Mr. Weddleton's raised are ones that I need to resolve, but I need to know who I'm talking about. Is the operator truly the general manager? Is the operator another entity? I don't know that, and I think I've asked a lot of questions to try to find that out.
Do you want to call anybody to speak to it?
Go for it if you think you've got the answer.
This is actually part of the application process before the Alcohol Marijuana Control Board.
Ma'am, could you identify yourself for the
I
record?
apologize. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair. My name is Stacy Stone. As part of the Alcohol Marijuana Control Office review process, one of the things they look at is who is operating the license. You've already indicated that you've identified the licensee, and yes, the licensee is identified in the application. There's actually an operating agreement that's included in the application package. It's CP Crestview LLC. It's a separate legal entity that's responsible for managing the hotel itself. So that is the operator. So it's quite complicated. I understand the operator takes no profits from this license because there's certain ways that the law is run in Alaska. But like I said, that operating agreement is in place, and it's CP Crestview LLC.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that, actually?
Yes, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. And the operating agreement was a part of the application?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have an operating agreement.
It's in the supplemental application. I can see if I can find it online for you.
Okay. I'll take a look while someone else can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, do you not want to? Okay. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, this question of who is responsible is very interesting as I kind of try to put my finger on it, as you've heard other members say. And to argue that it's really the state's job to sort through all of that is really difficult to swallow, because those of us who have dealt with really bad operators continuously for years know that if we're dependent on the state to ensure a safe public sphere, then we're doomed, because they don't do their due diligence, especially when it comes to managing and inspecting the operations. The Black Angus is the perfect example. It operated for a decade with one of these licenses, and nobody checked. This whole process stinks like mold to me, but at this point, I don't have the grounds, I think, to protest, but I can suggest that we're probably going to become very familiar with each other over the next several years, because this is going to become clear for us what our rights, what our opportunities and privileges are in this process, because this argument that's been made before us is Swiss cheese, and it's not providing me much comfort. I just don't think we have the grounds at this time to actually protest this license. We'd be laughed out of Juneau at this point. But we're going to be paying close attention, because this isn't right.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for me, and legal, let me know if I shouldn't be speaking about this yet, but I go to a prior license in marijuana that we discussed pretty heavily, Alaska Sense. And, during that discussion, we talked about their midtown and comparing that to their downtown. But there was a big difference in that. One was cultivation and one was retail. So it really wasn't apples and apples. But if I'm willing to bet, if the conversation was cultivation versus cultivation, it would have been a very different conversation with Alaska Sense. In this regard, I think we're dealing with cultivation versus cultivation. But I really do want more analysis, as Mr. Constant and Ms. Zalatel have stated, on really what our grounds are here, because we've begun exploring this, but I think we have a lot more to do. I really want to thank Unite Here for presenting this information, and for the applicant, representative from the applicant, for providing some additional information as well. I think it's very clear that we have the authority to act on licenses when issues of public safety and health arise. I think that's crystal clear in code. What's less clear to me is how to judge a new license or transfer to a new operator based on prior practices from the operator at other locations. The research put together does show a very lengthy track record of issues with Columbia Sussex throughout the country, and that's alarming. So if Columbia Sussex is going to operate its business within the municipality, it should be clear that we have standards and expectations in our community. And you should know by now, the Midtown Community Council was here for the prior issue, that they will hold you to task if you stray from our community standards. And frankly, we will hold you to task as well. This is an interesting issue I really want more exploration of, but for now, I agree with Mr. Constant. I'll be voting for the transfer and the next one as well, but keeping an eye on these operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any further discussion on this item? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll have to agree with the previous two speakers. I believe we have to give this new management company an opportunity to prove themselves. And so we will be keeping an eye on this licensee over the period that this license is in effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant.
One last note. The counsel for this applicant spoke about an issue that had not been before the body, and that was the boycott issue. And I think they are separate issues, but I do thank you for raising that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to test? I'm sorry. Ms. Zalatel.
So we apparently don't have the operating agreement in our municipal packets, so it might have been part of the state packet. So that is just how it is. So I can't look at what that looks like. It would be really helpful if we had it. My primary concern is that we can identify who the operator is, because we want to have our community, and particularly our community council, have clarity if there are issues and there are concerns to know who to go to. We have a very robust Midtown Community Council. It is one that is primarily made up of business members, and the business members have very high standards for their own businesses and the other businesses in that community council area, to the point where from time to time members will go pick up trash on other businesses' parking lots because they do not want negative impacts, and they want to know who they need to address those things with. That is really one of the most concerning things I have right now. Is I just don't have a clear picture of who's in charge. That said, all right, hopefully we'll get a clear picture of who's in charge. Hopefully that is imminently clear, because if there are problems, I am sure someone will be looking for who's in charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Would anyone else like to speak to this issue?
Mr. Chair, it appears counsel for the applicant is before us again.
Would anyone like to ask her a question?
That's what I'm doing.
All right, Mr. Constant, Ms. Saad.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I just wanted to address Council Member Zalatel's question about who's in charge. I know that information is publicly readily available through the Alcohol Control Board. You can call them. As Ms. Stone had indicated, they are available to the public to answer any question about any license that is pending or open or granted, as well as I know that there was a 60-day notice period for this application. That 60-day period expired actually yesterday, so any protests that should have been filed as of yesterday. And no community member within the Midtown community objected or filed a protest to these two transfers. The only protest that's been filed is the conditional protest that the Assembly approved on January 28th because they received a memo from an out-of-state individual.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to ask a question? Discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item. That motion passes 10-0. We are now on item 14X, resolution number AR 2020-48, a resolution in the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska application for the transfer of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 4236 for CP Anchorage 4 LLC, doing business as Hilton Garden Inn Anchorage. And public testimony is now open. I will note that we were informed by our attorneys that it was best to not combine public hearing on this and have two separate public hearings. So now, all of you who spoke before could speak again for 3 minutes if you'd like. The issues are largely the same, but you do have the opportunity should you so choose. Would anyone like to testify? Please state your name for the record.
Renee Sadi on behalf of the applicant. I would just incorporate by reference my prior comments and indicate that they apply to this application as well, and I'd urge the Assembly to consider the factors that are set forth in the code, and when you apply those, there is no basis to contest the transfer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sadi. Incorporate by reference is a great phrase. Would anyone else like to testify and perhaps use that phrase?
Excuse me.
That was a joke. You don't have to. Please state your name for the record.
Ryan Akkaya. Again, I just want to clarify one thing that Mr. Constant repeatedly said, that bad company, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands that I don't understand why you are labeling the company that way, because there has been some violations at these properties and they have been taken care of. There are many, many companies, restaurants, bars, and hotels in this city that have some violations. What they do, they take care of it. If they don't, now that is a bad operator. We make sure that every associate is trained properly, and if something is not right, it is our duty to correct it. By doing that, I believe we are a good operator. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just would note that my comments about bad operators, I have just enough of them in my district that I know what it looks like. I wasn't directly pointing at you. I don't know. I can't tell who owns your organization, but in my neighborhood, I know who the bad operators are, mostly because they're really bad. So I wasn't.
Thank you, sir. But I want to say that I ran Anchorage Marriott downtown for 4 years. A year at the Hilton Anchorage. Now I am helping the transition with those properties. I know how I operate. I know how I was trained. I know what my standards are. In fact, many of these people here worked with me. They do know how I work and how I hold everyone accountable. So I just want to say that we are a good operator.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify?
I'll be very, very brief, but I want on the record. Eugene Carl Hidman, live in the Matsu Valley. On the record, and I'm getting really concerned about when I state a fact, and I'm very careful when I state something. It's accurate. We all make mistakes, but several times in the meeting, I'm hearing completely different. This document is X. This document is W. They both say for reading with today's date. Senator Wellington is denying the reality of the situation, and this is totally out of line. The fact is, for reading means it's introduced for this meeting, not last meeting. There may be something out there that it might be laid on the table, whatever, but the fact that this document says for reading February 11th, 2020, and the fact that the meeting date today is February 11th, 2020, can't change that situation. If this document is wrong, then you're dealing with wrong document information and you have to do a redo. But the fact is, I'm getting tired when I state something for the public. In closing, just say this. When you go and say, I'm saying something not true, in fact, the public's more likely going to believe what I say, and they're seeing that. They believe me more than you all. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Fari.
What's your last name, Ms.?
Toure.
Okay.
I'm from Anchorage, Alaska. I've been to several of these meetings, and I have listened to several issues being stated, administered, and conclusions come into. I've been deeply touched today for the simple fact that the man that was sitting in the back who had tax problems for being able to pay his property, and because of that, he was going to lose his property, not only lose it, but also lose his family history. I'm going to commend you all today that you gave him a year to take care of this. Thank you for doing that. You were also going to send somebody else in the street. I volunteer with the homelessness community, and I take my own time to do this because I think we have a problem. And I would also like for you guys to reconsider. I've seen you guys at the mayor's office once before, but put this into perspective here, that the application process for people that are trying to help with this issue takes about a year. Our problems are right now.
I'm sorry, Fari, do you have comments on this item specifically? Are you testifying to this item specifically?
This item, and also homelessness has been mentioned earlier.
For other issues, we have audience participation after in a couple items that you could speak to anything. But
Sure.
for now, could you please speak to this item specifically, this liquor license?
Liquor license?
Yeah.
You could come back.
Yeah.
Thank you for your words.
We'll have another, you can speak in a couple items, okay? We're talking to a liquor license now. Thank you, Fari. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Okay. Seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item. Yeah, Ms. Alto was the second. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to reiterate something because someone in public testimony just encouraged me to do this and talk about community standards. You know, we've stood up for our community against bad operators in the past and have been able to do so and clearly develop a record. I think part of the reason that you're seeing us vote for these transfers is that the record here is slightly unclear, and I've talked about that in the last license. The Midtown Community Council has seen bad operators tear apart its community. Mr. Constant can repeat this same story again and again for his community. So when you hear us telling you that you need to abide by a certain community standard, I hope that you take us seriously, and I hope that you take us to heart. And if not, we're going to be seeing more of you. But I hope that you will truly be a good operator in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any additional comments? Mr. Constant.
Following their counsel, I would just suggest that my comments from AR 2020-47 could be incorporated by reference because it's the same item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? Seeing no one, please vote on this item. The item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14Y, resolution number AR 2020-45, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary tourism use and license number 5794 for Midtown Hotel Investors, LLC, doing business as Hyatt Place Anchorage.
Wade reading.
Thank you.
Thank them all for coming.
Yeah, thank everyone. Thank you guys for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
You're welcome to stay.
Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Fari, this is about another liquor license, okay? It's okay. There'll be another opportunity. But if would anyone like to testify to this liquor license? Okay, seeing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? Mr. Weddleton. Oh, whoops.
Well, this is remotely involved with it, but I went to the Nine Stars talk on, it was Thursday or Friday, where they had a number of their success stories tell about how they dug themselves out of horrible places and kind of with some help from Nine Star and their own resources got in a good place. And one of them now works at Hyatt, and she had a lot of trouble, and Hyatt really embraced her and has helped her develop, and now she's one of the professionals helping to manage that place. So it was a very nice story, and the manager of the Hyatt was there to talk about it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Do I find you have a conflict with Nine Star?
There's no financial interest.
Though not with this license. Would anyone else like to speak to this license? Seeing no one, please vote on this item. That item passes unanimously. Okay, we'll come back to that. Special orders, there are none. So now we're at 17, audience participation. So now anyone can come and testify for 3 minutes on anything. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Farid Toure.
Thank you.
Thanks for a second chance. As I was saying, the homelessness issue, it's a big issue here in Anchorage. And me personally, I feel like nobody should die out there in that cold. No single individual, because if they do, then we are irresponsible as human beings. To our responsibilities to those people. This is one of the reasons why I'm here. And I'm sure most people will be wondering what is he doing here again? I've been here before. The application process I mentioned earlier takes about a year to complete. The issues are right now. The problems are right now. The people that I call out there, it's right now when the weather is so crazy and nobody wants to be out there. So if I've spoken to many people from the state of Department of Health, and after being told how the process works, it's a long time. And most people don't have that time and the energy to keep working on something for a whole year before all those people out there needs are not being taken care of. Those are some concerns I wanted to bring forward to you guys, because I think you have what it takes to say, you know what, we need to look into this. We need to make it a little bit more feasible for those that are trying to help the people that need those help. That was the point I wanted to make. And thank you again for helping that guy to not be another homeless man out there with his family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Okay, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, an Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage and currently a resident of Matanuska in the Valley. Whoops, sorry the mayor's walking out for my comments, but maybe you'll hear about it. One, I would like to compliment the Assembly and the administration compared to what the borough does out in the Valley, in which in the conversation of the homeless issue, you're engaged with community councils, many people from the public, you have numerous meetings, and you've taken positions and done action. That cannot be questioned here. Also, the reality, too, is last summer, the state's involvement fell in your laps because they said, oh, it's your responsibility, not ours, basically. So you moved fast, and you made those decisions. What I'm going to report to you now is another part to that issue and that conversation. About a week ago last Friday, there was a public tour of Brother Francis Shelter, the Assembly. There was a public notice. I was one of a few members of the public that were there. I witnessed. I only report what I witnessed, not what people tell me, per se. This is the board director saying at that place, this is what's going on. And we walked into the men's and women's sections, assembly members and ourselves, with alert, walked out. Then you proceeded to walk into another password section of another section dealing with the homeless. While you were in that section, I saw a party with a white collar and a church collar, and I said, what do you do? And I'm a board member. And I asked this question, and by the way, before I tell the rest of the story, I asked to people out there, since that situation is, have you ever heard that people are frightened to go to the Brother Francis shelter, to go to the shelter? And what I was hearing from members of the public is yes. Now, what I said to the church person, board member, while you were in that room, outside in there and I was outside, I says is that staff, do you have staff all the time in those rooms where they're sleeping? The answer was no. They're in and out. What does that say? People are frightened. They're scared. They have little or nothing and they're going to a shelter. This may also explain why people are not going to the shelter. Remember, the state had a financial involvement with this. The municipality of Anchorage has a financial involvement in homelessness. And I'm not questioning the need to be concerned, the need to be involved at all. I'm not questioning that. But one should also raise how those monies are being used, or is this going to be the right way to go? Now, walking through that area, it would smell like a sewer. I didn't see anything of people helping people that are in need. I didn't see any of that. I saw the tour and looked around, and I looked around with lights that were real dull, walls that had not been painted in years. It looked very bad, and I would not be in that place if I had my choice.
Thank you for your testimony.
So, with all due respect, I hope my comments get out to other people beyond yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Would anyone else like to testify? Hello, ma'am.
My name is Judy Jessen, and I will not keep this meeting going very long. I'm testifying on my own behalf. My views don't represent that of any of my employers. And actually, what I have to say to you is probably not something that I couldn't say to each and every one of you individually via email, but it is important to me to address you as a body just to let you know how much it means to me that you are an incredibly compassionate, fair, thorough body. And that's not just the individuals that I have spent probably thousands of hours with breaking bread or hustling to make the city a better place, but all of you on the body. I have found to listen to at least a grand majority of the testimony in good faith with a considering ear and presenting your arguments in a way that respects the dignity of people who come up here all the time and share with you vulnerable stories. I appreciate the way that you diligently look out for the interests of everyone in Anchorage, whether that's working people in Anchorage, victims of crime in Anchorage, property owners in Anchorage, business owners in Anchorage, and it means a lot to me to be able to walk into a chamber and know that the process is overwhelmingly fair, compassionate, thorough, and something that I can count on. So I just wanted to thank you all as a body on the record.
Thank you, Ms. Jessen. Yeah, right. Someone give her a raise. Who else? Would anyone else like to testify? Anyone at all? Okay, seeing no one, we will move on to assembly comments. We'll start with you, Mr. Perez-Revilla.
Where do I begin? No comments, thank you.
Well played, Mr. Perez-Revilla. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Where's Mr. Dyson? That's all I'm wondering.
He was excused.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
He's
no
okay.
Comments. Yeah, that's all I was wondering.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Constant.
I will only say that about 1.5 hours ago, Ms. Quinn-Davidson whispered to me, "We may get out of here early," which I looked and said, "Oh, cursed."
This counts as early. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to remind people the Public Safety Committee is not starting at 11, it's starting at noon. Tomorrow, room 155.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to add.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring up the fact that I'm going to be looking into the possibility of the Assembly taking a field trip to Eagle River and Chugiak. And since we've been invited to have lunch at the Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center, I think there also might be some interest in visiting the Eklutna, the AWWU water treatment facility at Eklutna, as well as potentially the AWWU wastewater treatment center in Eagle River. So we may very well see if we can't put together a little trip north. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm very excited about that. Please do invite us. Second, I'm sure Mr. Dyson would say if he were here that he left early because he needed his beauty sleep, but
He said that.
okay, great, good. Just putting it on the record. Then third, you're going to hear me talk endlessly about the 2020 census. Everyone should have gotten in their emails today a wonderful video that was shot in Tuksuk Bay by Yupik musician Byron Nikolai, and I encourage everyone to watch that and share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zolotel.
I'll just incorporate all previous comments by reference.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kennedy, I love your idea of a field trip, and then I think we should follow it with a field trip south to Girdwood.
Yeah. Ski trip, maybe. Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved? Seconded? All right. Okay. We're adjourned.